has a different answer for this. In my opinion, though, I feel like Final Fantasy X is a really good place to start. I feel like it is very, for the most part, it's straightforward, and it has like the combat is straightforward. The leveling system is like it can be a slight bit confusing, but like you can, for the most part, like pick it up after you've spent some time with it for a while. And it just has a really fantastic story that takes off right from the beginning. So yeah, I think that's a really good place to start. You can also start with I know people really like 7 Remake. 7 Remake is a great place to start because it's kind of, I feel like it's kind of paving the way for what Final Fantasy is going to look like for the future. So that's a good place to start as well. And you don't have to play the original 7 to play 7 Remake. You can start with 7 Remake. Although I do recommend playing the original so you can kind of compare and get both stories. But yeah. Nice to meet you as well, Allie. Thank you so much for coming over. It was nice. It was nice to chat with you. Let me throw you a follow as well. I am always happy to meet more people that like amazing games. Okay. How about 15? I actually haven't played 15. I've played all of the Final Fantasies. I'm currently in the middle of playing 13 for the first time. Except I haven't played 15. I think that might be, after 13, that might be the only one. I haven't played 11. Yeah, I think that's the only one. And I will be rectifying that on stream as soon as I can. I'm going to do... actually, no, I'll do the combat streak. Yes, 10 is available on the Switch. Yeah, you'll also get 10 too, which is great. That is a iconic game. 16 could, yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of people who are going to play 16 and that's going to be their first Final Fantasy, which I think is also a good move because that's literally going to probably be the formula going forward for Final Fantasy as well. Oh my god, you checked out 16? I love that. Early access? I know, I wish too. Yeah, 11 was the MMO one. I didn't play that because that's when I was like, I was knee deep into World of Warcraft. When that was out, I saw no other game but World of Warcraft. I think the last time that we played, I was working on side quests. Like, I was spending a lot of time with side quests. And I feel pretty confident about where I am now in regards to my levels. So I think I'm gonna push the main story. Wait. Can I do this affinity scene? I would like to see it. Yeah, I stopped playing World of Warcraft.
We've arrived.
Maybe like towards, well, I think it was like in the middle of Mists of Pandaria. That is when I stopped playing World of Warcraft because I noticed that the only thing that I was really doing at that point in the game, I was playing PvP. That was all I was doing. I was like logging on and PvPing, like doing BGs and stuff. Like that's all I was doing. And I wasn't like hanging out with anybody. I was kind of feeling very dead inside when it came to playing WoW. So one of my friends was like, have you heard of the critically, no, like it wasn't critically acclaimed or award-winning at the time. But she did introduce me to 14. That was 10 years ago. And that was when I finally dropped World of Warcraft after a very long time of playing it. I had started playing it when I was 14 and then stopped at Mists of Pandaria. Yes. This year is Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn. It is their 10-year anniversary this year.
Was patently obvious.
Couldn't get into it. Traveling took forever, and trying to dual class made you start over. Oh no. Yeah, that sounds really rough. I know people really love it, but yeah. What is this?
What is this place?
So I said.
Looks older than Colony 9 by far.
To be honest with you, it's a super ancient ruin. And when I say super, I mean ultra mega ancient.
Yeah? Buildings made of stone. That's pretty primitive, all right.
Wow.
Hey now, it's primitive buildings like these that are
He
still
said-
standing today. Admittedly, there's not as much left standing as when I saw it the last
Back in
time,
my day,
but still, you can feel the
these
magnificent
buildings
weight
were
of
very
history, right?
good.
Huh. Suppose?
Wow, tough crowd. I guess it figures.
Rex is doing his absolute best. He is doing his best. Oh my god, Rex. I know that you are trying. I commend you. I commend you for trying. You are doing your best. You're doing great. Your dad speaks exactly like that. Oh my god. That is so funny. Oh wait, this is where we stopped right here. Okay. Glimmer has no appreciation for architectural culture.
Okay,
Listen, she pretty much said, "Okay, boomer." I love it. When your dad you visited a museum. Listen, my dad loved museums, and pretty much I appreciate museums because of him now. Like, I love museums, but it was really funny when I was younger and he would take me to a museum and I'd be like, "Are we done yet?"
Yeah, looks like it's seen better days. Still, seems stable enough to cross.
The scientifically ultra super old. You had to do gotcha to make it across the area. Wow, it was like the main thing from like 2008, 2016. Oh, yeah, I did. I missed out on so many games because of WoW. The average MMO with the free trial of 30 days when you get locked. What game designer did this? This is the second time this has happened to me. It is literally so rude. What the hell? I mean, the same thing happened in that one cave where you're walking and then all of a sudden you just fall. It's like, why would you do this? Battle for Azeroth, because I realized I was only into the story at that point. The story was really losing me. Yeah. Was you years ago saying how much you love the game more than WoW? Yes. Yes. Oh, you couldn't get into the combat. It was just too much. I understand. I know that 14 can be really overwhelming, especially if it's your first MMORPG. All of the menus and the buttons everywhere and stuff can be so overwhelming, so I definitely understand. No, I thought I was gonna fall in the hole. I like how I turned up the sound and it got really loud again during, for the music. Glimmer? Are you good? Oh no, the eggs popped. Sorry to do this to your babies, but they were in the way. Okay, I was like, A's gonna die, but A's good now. Launch, please. No? No launch? I guess let me break again. Oh, you're used to more responsive combat. My husband is the same way. He was not a fan of the GCD being so long in comparison to WoW. That's definitely understandable. Because he also played a rogue and he did a lot of PvP as well. So absolutely understandable. He got used to it, but I still think every now and then he's just like, ugh. Also, 14 was quite literally, like, the servers are held up by little spaghetti code. It's because Yoshida built it on, whatchamacallit, on the code from the original Final Fantasy 14. So, yeah, like, some things definitely, like, there's, like, server lag, and especially if you're used to more responsive things from, like, WoW and stuff, it's really understandable. I get it. Takes some time to get used to, for sure. This bird did push me on the hole, though! Yeah, I don't know why they did that. I feel like there weren't as many in the base game. It's so mean. Hi, Jer, how are you? Oh, you lost interest, Azuru? Yeah, I think a lot of people really struggle with Stormblood. My sister actually, I think she dropped it as well after Stormblood, or like when she got into Stormblood. She was not vibing with the story. I get it. Hi, Jay, how are you? Jay, I get that question almost every day. Like, I am very happy for everyone that loves Star Rail, but listen, like, I am not playing.
Just gifted 10 subs.
I was like, I didn't hear that. Oh my god, Brown, thank you so much for gifting 10 subs. Holy crap, I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. That's very sweet. Thank you. Oh my god. But yeah, I'm getting a little tired of answering the same question. So I just put it as a tag, but of course people are still not reading it. And I still get the question, and it's just like, oh my god. So we actually had to make a command as well. Like, I get it, I play Genshin, but I don't play all of the Hoyoverse games. I am full of beans. Nowadays, there are so many games and so little time, honestly. And yeah, and it's not to say that I think that if I played Star Rail, I would absolutely love it. That there's no doubt. But I know that's a formula. For me, it's a formula for bad stuff. Because I don't need to get into another game with gacha. I also don't need to get into another game that doesn't end. I really want to play other games, and I want to pay attention to my backlog. And I'm already playing Genshin and 14. Those are enough for me. I can't do any more. Are you playing 13? Thank you so much for asking. Yes, I will be playing 13. I would feel so much better if people asked me questions about other games and not just Hoyoverse games. But alas, here we are. Oh no, I messed up. I messed up. Shulk, please. We messed up.
How do we play this?
Actually, I think we'll be okay.
Could we try this one out? How do we play this? Could we this one out.
Now we're talking. Good way to start a party.
I'm gonna mess up again, I think. No, I'm not. Maybe I won't. I don't know.
Another one. I'll send them flying.
Sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, I can do this because my math is so good, and then I mess up, and I'm like, maybe not. I forgot. I am definitely not a math gay. I am humbled sometimes. I am picked up. Hello? Oh my god, that killed Matthew.
Matthew, no! Wait for me! Gotcha!
Matthew, no, wait for me.
My lowest. Hitting it. Nice. Thanks, boys. Here we go. Team up.
We can do it!
I would love to play Xenogears. I would love nothing more. Like, seriously, I would love to play it. If there is a way that I can play it that is legal, I will do it.
Here's a big one. You all right there?
Xenogears is fantastic. Oh my god, I want to play it so bad. That and Xenosaga, I am dying. Dying. I had a PS3 actually. But I think, isn't it just... Oh, it's available on the PS3, PSN. Oh my god, I have to write that down. Hang on. I always forget that I can't pause when I'm in the middle of a battle. Launch! We did it! Did someone say... Wait, no, just kidding.
Of our victories.
Does it minus... Oh, wait, minus does? I've been pressing plus. Okay, now that's actually so rude. Now, why would they do that? Oh, wait, I can jump. Do y'all think I can make it? I'm gonna try. I'm scared. Even though I could just teleport back to the campsite. But no! I'm just, it's... I thought I was good.
Which one next?
Suspend the software in the home. Just be careful not to close the game. Yeah. Played on PS3, turn off the quality texture filter thing because certain sections will crash the game. Oh, really? Oh, because I think people were saying that Xenogears is like, it was like beyond its time, right? So it's like huge.
This is quite rare.
I think it's still around the PS. This is wild. This is so mean. Oh, it's only on PS2.
That was a track.
The copies of them are really expensive. Yeah, I know people were saying that because I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go look for a copy. But yeah, apparently they're really hard to find. They released the HD. You know, I wouldn't mind that though, because I would love to have it fresh in my brain molecules. I can just jump on the bridge! Oh my god, I was so close. Okay, I didn't know that I can just jump on the bridge. I didn't even know there was a bridge there. Wait. Oh, hold on. There's one right there that it's probably easier for me to get to. Okay. Well, that's fine. Do I need to find you a copy while I'm in Japan? Well, I mean, I would really love that, Krez, but I don't know. It might be also very expensive, or I may not be able to understand if it's not in English. I'm not sure. Still, it would be really cool. Oh my god, Krez, if you're in Japan and you see anything Xenoblade related, please.
Let's have it then.
Please, I will pay $1 million. No, I won't. But I'll give you lumpia and also pay for the thing. Do you accept beans? A Xenosaga collector's box in Akihabara, but it was gone. Oh, really? It was gone? Oh my god.
Better stake our claim.
Oh, I didn't even realize that there was... That increases your collection distance. Oh, nice. Doing this weird thing where the volume just constantly lowers the volume on its own? Oh, that's really weird. No worries, Jay. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you get the best rest.
Hey, these are rare.
Oh, so these are... Okay. Hopefully,
Better stake
I
our
have
claim.
enough to make more stuff. Well, I've been making sure to collect as much as I can find too, so. I'm just catching up here. Oh no. Yeah, I do want to play Xenosaga as well. I think somebody asked. Then you can play other games. I just saw, am I gonna play James and the Giant Pizza on the Game Boy Advance? That's coming soon, yes. Legend of Heroes Marathon, yes. I remember people were saying that that is a also very time-consuming game. Sorry, I'm still catching up on chat. Just didn't want to miss anybody. You bought JRPGs that are just sitting here now, and no, sleep is very inconvenient. Especially since it's on a 6-week patch cycle like Genshin. Oh no, that's really. I feel like that is definitely something that Hoyoverse.
Here we go.
They knew what they were doing. So they know that they have a really dedicated community that is locked down. So, and that's exactly why I'm like, nope, I can't do it. That is going to take up so much of my time. I can't do it.
There we go. Can we trade it for something?
Arts, yes. Okay. Who am I going to give this to? 3. Oh, I'll give it to Nicole.
Better use what I've learned.
And yes, somebody asked if I'm enjoying Future Redeemed. I am loving it so very much. This is quite literally the best DLC that has ever DLC'd of all time. It truly is. It's so very, very iconic and good. I also accept Koga Lovies as payment. Koga will never say no to somebody accepting his affection. Side quest and ended up using all the cylinders. Wait, like you found all of them? Oh wait, like the material. Ether mass, so you don't miss things? Yes. Deals for Smash Brothers. We should hire him to get Xenogears and Saga remasters. Honestly, I read the interview about Sora, and like he was so determined. Like even though it was like, it sounded like it was hell. He was so determined. He's like, this is what the community and the fans want, so it is going to happen. Absolutely amazing. Bandai Namco is probably more receptive to it. Yeah. I'm really curious. I mean, do we think that... Well, I guess it's probably not going to work out. I was going to say, do we think that, like, Square could work together with, like, Monolith?
All right, gotcha.
Because, like, they have a pretty good relationship now. I mean, Square and Nintendo. I don't know how that, like, if that would work out. There was a time period where Square and Nintendo were arch nemesises. Nemesi? They were not friends. They were very angry at each other. Nemesises. Yes. Yes. They have become, they were literally, they created enemies to lovers.
We're headed for the Black Mountains.
Oh.
That's where Prison Island is located.
I don't much like the look of this weather.
Oh, I talk a left square. Did they, the PS1 Final Fantasy era? Yes, where they were not talking. They were ignoring each other. I think about that sometimes, that there was a time where Nintendo and Square were not friends. I think about that every now and then. Sometimes when I'm mad at a friend, I'm like, if Square and Nintendo could get back together and mend their friendship, then maybe I can too.
We can take it from here. Way ahead of you.
The last story, Pandora's Tower, yeah. I lost the enemy's attention.
I'm feeling full of beans. Energy boost.
Full of beans. Full of beans. Well, we found a survivor. Hey, aren't you Clarity? Whoa, Matthew? Am I dreaming? Where'd you come from? Haha, I can't believe I found you here. Honestly, I've been worried sick. You can take that sparkling attitude and shove it, mister. I've been looking for you everywhere myself. Well, I'm only glad we found each other now, and both in one piece. Dylan's gonna be pleased to see you too. Dylan, so he's still kicking too. When we're all back to base, we should have dinner, the three of us, catch up on old times and stuff. I wouldn't say no, but right now all I crave is a bit of shut-eye. I've missed beds like you wouldn't believe. Haha, say no more, we gotcha. I love it when the NPCs do the... Yes, stay hydrated. Stay hydrate? Stay hydrated. They're old rivals drinking at the bar. Truly. Oh. We might have got Xenoblade because of them being enemies. Me going back in time to 97 to tell someone that Final Fantasy VII comes out on a Nintendo console. Oh my god! That is actually really funny to think about. It is funny to think about that the original 7 was supposed to come out on the N64.
Open up.
And then they were like, actually, we can't do it.
Trade it for something?
And that's what started everything to it eventually, years later, to come out on a Nintendo console. I think that's really funny. Oh, yeah. I think Crisis Core, when it launched on the Switch at the same time as the other platforms, I think. I need to play Crisis Core as well. Hi, Ether Driver. Others at the same time, yeah. Xenogears was a result of Takahashi leaving Square after 12, right? Then leaving Bandai in front. I actually don't know. I don't know the history of Takahashi. Since I'm still... I guess I would consider myself a new Xeno fan since I discovered the series last year. So... Oh, he left after 7. So that's the... Oh my god, look at this! What? I need to take a screenshot. Oh my god, I love that Prison Island and Tantal have come together to make this masterpiece.
Here we go!
Here we go! Wait, no. Hold on. Do this, do over. No! I wanted to do it with Rex. Oh my god. This looks amazing. What's the music? What's the music? I need to hear.
I cannot believe you. That day was the first time the two of you ever met, and you just assumed A was from the city?
There was a lot of us. I didn't know every single person. A had supposedly lived there and just happened to be coming back. That's basically when our paths crossed.
So you knew nothing at all about A, but you tagged along anyway. Nobody's that oblivious.
Hey, blame the one keeping the secrets, not me.
You never thought to inquire about it, so I never told.
Oh my god.
That's all.
Huh? Don't give me that.
I mean, traveling this world alone isn't exactly normal behavior. Normally, you'd inquire.
Oh my god.
No, you wouldn't, normally.
That was very funny. Where's the music? I need to hear the music.
Man, I'm freezing my balls off. Can't get a good foothold. This seriously sucks.
You can get used to anything, kiddo. Come on, lift them knees.
I'm turning up to hear. Hello? The electric guitar just coming out of nowhere. Oh my god. Sorry, most of the Xenoblade experience is just sitting there and listening to music.
It's getting dark.
Shulk, it's fine. Oh, it's changing! It's changing! Oh my god, this is amazing. This is so freaking cool to see. It's so good! It is so good. I know, like, I don't like. Oh my god, every song has been so good. Takahashi didn't like Square's perspective for future Final Fantasy games. Really? Takahashi left Square in '99 after they didn't want to make a Xenogears sequel. He made Monolith Soft after that. Wow. Really? The plot of Gears was his pitch for the plot of 7, but it was deemed too dark. I didn't know any of this. This is so interesting. Parasite Eve was also... It was a 7 prototype? Was it really? Oh my god, this is like... This is information about Final Fantasy, like, and Square that I did not know. I want to give Suikoden series a try too when they re-release the first 2 games on the Switch. Yeah, I've been meaning to play Suikoden, like, actually finish. I think it's Suikoden 2. I know Scott has been pushing for that game. And what I have played of it, it's very good. So good. By that time, Squaresoft only invested in Final Fantasy and movies. Yeah. Parasite Eve was a 7 prototype. Oh, that's so interesting. Parasite Eve is so good too. I really didn't know that. Wow. Do you ever wonder, and I wonder if there's any like interviews about this, but you ever wonder when Square Enix was literally going bankrupt, what Takahashi was thinking?
They don't look all that tough.
Double spinning it!
I'm feeling full of beans.
They thought this would slow us down.
Victory came easily. Let's thrash them good. Don't let the enemy take the upper hand.
Double spinning it!
Whirlwind!
Heavy rush!
It's me you want!
I'm feeling full of beans.
Split punch!
And don't come back
It's cool to look
here.
at similarities
Victory came
to
easily.
7
Thanks for the support.
as well as
This
Xenoblade.
library just resubscribed for 95 months. Hee. You look so pretty.
Thank
Lowell,
you.
I'm lurking while I plan my groceries for the week. I love you a lot, hug.
Aw, Mystic, thank you so much for 95 months. I appreciate you, and thank you
Let's
so
bash
much.
them
Good luck
good.
with the
This fight was
groceries.
not worth taking.
Thank you.
Whirlwind!
Heavy rush!
It's me you want!
I'm feeling full of beans.
They thought
3D
this would slow
sprites,
us
2D
down.
backgrounds. Xenogears was the opposite.
Go
2D
on,
sprites and 3D
praise
backgrounds.
some
Really? I miss Enix. Yeah, after Square Pictures folded. They also have references to Gears and 7 within each game. Like when Cloud fell into the live stream, does he mention Xenogears? What?
Let's thrash them good.
This fight was not worth
Uppercut. Heavy rush.
I just think it's really interesting that they thought his plot was too dark.
Mighty strike.
Spinning it!
It's me you want!
Like, I don't know. Sometimes you have to touch on topics to tell a thorough story to really
Locked up the train, I
like
guess.
move people, I think.
If we're
And,
gonna
like,
do it, we better do it right.
The topics that the Xenoblade series touches on, I don't feel like they're, I don't know, they're so real. Like, a lot of the things that they experience in regards to the themes are things that we experience in our daily lives or will experience. And I don't know. I think that is very interesting if that is, and I actually don't know the plot at all of Xenogears or Xenosaga. But I assume that it's probably similar in regards to the themes from like Xenoblade.
Mighty strike.
completed the 3D game, but that was impossible at the time, yeah. 5 months until the big 100, yes! Capable of the next system? Yeah. You know what's another thing too? I don't know if people like have ever thought about this or like even really want it. I don't know. I think a Xeno MMO would be really great because these games are already like so vast in their world building and the exploration aspects and the stories, and pretty much the combat system is based on like combos. They've got classes already, like a job system. Like, could you imagine? Like that would be incredible.
I'll give you what I've got.
To me.
Let's finish this.
We also live in a dystopia now, so that was what was considered too dark back then. You mean once exactly? That is exactly it.
I'm the cure to all your problems.
That's it. Let's get her done. Let me offer some wisdom.
How do we play this? I'll rise.
Because the rest of the translation team quit fairly soon into the process because I had a criticism of the Catholic Church religion in the 90s. So religious folks didn't like Xenogears. Damn, then that's how you know it would have been a really, like it, I don't know, oh my god, I really want to experience that game so bad. Like, they already touch on a lot of religious topics, like in 2, I loved what they did in regards to showcasing the, how detrimental it is for extremists, like religious extremists, to have like power and stuff. So, oh my god, I want to play that game so bad. Oh, they won't reactivate though. But it will be an amazing. I guess I'll save him. Elements that weren't deemed suitable for a Western audience at the time, which is one reason why it's so hard to find the English version of the game. Xenoblade X had a few online elements. Oh, did it? I didn't play it long enough to experience that, I guess. It is so unfortunate that Xenoblade X came out on the Wii U. So sad. Religious people having an issue with video games, shocking. Oh, 7 includes Hindu mythology and Judaism terms, but Xenogears went directly with Catholicism. Oh my god. I want to play it so bad. I am screaming. Ooh, I don't want to do that. That's scary. Do I want to try it? Actually, no. Hi, Tay! How are you? Thank you so much! How are you doing?
I guess if everything goes to plan,
We'll finish it on the next one.
I messed up again.
Here we go. Evil.
You can do it.
Whirlwind. I lost the enemy's attention.
Launch! Hello?
I'll be your
Launch! No? Crying. I wanted to finish it off with something cool.
whirlwind. I lost the enemy's attention.
Let's finish this.
I want to experience that story so bad. I think it's gonna hit for me. It's gonna hit for me. It ain't a JRPG. It ain't a good JRPG unless they're using symbolism or being extremely direct with how detrimental religion can be to society.
Ah, there we go.
Or rather, organized extremist, especially religion. Let's just go home, Saomi. We're not going to find anything here. Look at her little horns. Now come on, Hyzen. I never took you for a quitter. The map don't lie, you know. Facts mark the spot. Mark the spot. You've just got to have patience. Where's that stick it out a little more attitude? It's not sticking out any more than the last time you said it. I really hope Rex's crew don't bump into us. Can't see how we're going to explain our way out of this one. Better think fast then, eh? Rex? Oh, hey, and you brought Linka along. Hell, what a coinky dink. Ugh, hello, Saomi. Oh. Whoa, 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 what's with the ugh? Is that any way to react to your bestest of all besties? Oh my god, her face. I need to take a screenshot. Huh? So you're friends with Linka? You bet I am, and she's friends with me, and it goes both ways, yo. Anyway, what are you two doing here? Ah, that's right. What about your liberator duties? Linka, I am so glad you asked. We were looking into these old relics from Colony 9, see? It seems people left them behind. Yeah. Hmm? What? Oh, no, not right now. Yeah. And you know what I came across? A treasure map. Oh yeah? Do go on. To be precise, it's some kind of schematic detailing a building we've never seen before. Well, though we don't have the full picture exactly, so it's kind of hard to tell. And that's where you're wrong. This is an authentic, honest-to-goodness, bona fide treasure map. Or I'm a Gogol's Vuaga. What is a Vuaga? You didn't base that on anything, did you? Wow, you're really laying into me today, aren't ya, Linka? But for your information, I do in fact have proof. Because along with this map, wait for it, there was the most official of sigils enclosed. Sigil? Verily, a treasure map and a mystery item, both bundled together. And you know what that means. What, you think this sigil majig is the key to unlocking a treasure or something? You know it, it's basically a given, right? So you don't even know if it's real. Would you mind showing me that map and sigil? Gladly, sir. That'll be 100G. Okay, I love Saomi. Saomi, that's enough. It was just a joke. Chill out, hi. Saomi is absolutely wonderful. I see. This is a map of Valak Mountain. And judging from the topography, I'd say we're not too far removed from the place. It's over there, isn't it? The town of Bonero Ruins or somewhere nearby. What, really? See, what did I keep telling you? I've been right on the mark this whole time. Doesn't change the fact that we got completely lost though, does it? Nothing a little grit and determination can't solve. Boss? I can see things going pear-shaped if we leave them to their own devices, so yeah, better lend him a hand. Very noble of you, Rex. That, and I need to know about this treasure is all about. See, your boss understands me, Linka. I'm so glad we're on the same page. Good to have you on board, guys. Oh, and you'll be getting a cut of the prize. You sure know how to rope people in. According to the map, the entrance of the building should be marked with the same design as the sigils. So that's what we need to look out for, eh? Okay, team, it's a hunting time. Let's roll like we're out of control. Let's roll like we're out of control. I've never heard that before. She is so important to me already. I just met her, but I love her so much. I'm gonna take a break at 2, Aiden, since I started late. You finished Octopath Traveler 2 before, and I missed it already. Oh my god, Mystic, how was it? I need to beat it too myself. I've been trying to churn out little bits at a time when I can, but I'm definitely playing it very casually. So I don't think I'm like super far. Maybe I'm more in the middle of the game, possibly. It was so good. Oh my god, I can't wait. Maybe I can try and play some more in the evenings.
Whenever I see one of these games, I really want to take a nosy.
I want to take a nosy? What's a nosy? Just been grinding some Star Rail. Stomach has been bothering me so bad lately. Oh no, Tay. I hope that you feel better. I'm so sorry to hear that. But I'm glad that you're enjoying Star Rail. Yeah, it's worth it. I've been pretty like busy after streams these days. I've been taking a tiny break from 14. Like I've just not been logging on if I don't feel like I need to. And it's helping so much just to get me focused again on other things. I have gotten a lot done. I had a therapy appointment yesterday, and I was telling her that I was taking a small break from the game, and she's just like, oh, how's it going? And I was telling her all the things that I've been able to do and like get done, and she's just like, oh. I was like, I've been getting better sleep. I've been... Not that like Final Fantasy 14 is, you know, giving me like bad habits, but I did get into a little bit of I got into, I don't know, I was pretty hyper-focused when I got back to the game, so I just need to reel it in a little bit. But I do think that my therapist was like, oh, that's really surprising. Like, no kidding. You taking a break from the game is making you a little bit more balanced in your life. No way. She didn't say it like that, but, you know. Hi, Magic. How are you? Yes, I am so excited. I stood here for a few minutes and listened to the music. Uh-oh. Hey, are you okay? I want to go home. Stop. See the city one last time. Don't do this. Don't do this. Oh, no. Damn it. I hate it. He had like half health left when I found him. How did it happen so fast? That's really rude.
Let's thrash them good.
Is it even?
And 14 is the endless now. It is. It truly is. Oh my god. I just need to balance a little bit better. I'm working on it. But man, balance is already hard when you have ADHD. It's very difficult to balance your life as it is. Logs in and plays 3 hours of PvP. Babs, oh my god.
Agnes Castle.
You still think about going back, Glimmer?
Oh my goodness.
Ugh, dude. Can you stop with the pitying look? Please and thank you. I was just remembering. That's it, I swear.
But, I mean, you were close to homecoming.
I'd be lying if I said I was over it completely. But I don't want to run away from this. Least, not anymore. Being around you guys is full of frustrations. Not to mention surprises. I don't have the time to wish I was elsewhere.
Which emotion is that again? Are you feeling angry?
He's like, I can't tell if you're mad, if
Nicole,
you're happy.
you really need to work on your
Listen.
conversational skills.
Huh?
Listen, he's right. Because at first you're like angry at him for asking or for being concerned, and then she's like, you know, yeah, like it is. I was really close. And then she was just like, but you guys are making me angry because things are surprising. And oh, he's just a baby.
There. Regrettably, it's beyond our grasp for now. A most uncommon item.
He uses. Oh shoot! No!
It could have been a lot worse.
Wait, hold on. This is perfect
All
timing.
right, keep up. Whee!
Wait. I love him. He is so goofy. Nicole and his dad are just neurodivergent. Leave him alone. Rex is still a child. Rex is wonderful. Ooh, actually, is that a UM? Is that a UMS? Oh, it's not even a UM. Okay, I thought it was.
Got a rare one. Score.
But I can't reach.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
Wait, is this the wrong?
You ain't all
I
that.
think this is the wrong thing. No. Where is the burb? I am in need of the burb. The burb needs to be added to my enemy padia. Ooh, that's cool too. Wait, did that say level 47? I am level 40 what now? Oh, I'm level 48. Yeah, I mean, the other day, double spinning edge was trending on Twitter. Because it was people showing video of him just spamming it, and his crit kept increasing, like over and over and over again, and it was just wild. Like he is very strong. Him and Shulk are really strong characters, which makes sense. It's very accurate. Okay, maybe I can't attack them yet or something because they're not even close enough for me to hit them. I love the Rex memes. They're so good. They are really so good. The 3 dragons and Rex is the... Yes! I've seen that one. That one's really good too. Okay, we are walking. We are being careful. We got it. Excuse me, pardon. Oh my god, Matthew almost fell. Excuse me. Yeah, I only fell off once, thankfully, but it was scary. I thought I was gonna fall again. Oh wait, does it fly over here? Oh, there's a There's a thingy over there. Do I have to climb up here to get to it? Oh boy. Oh my god, that electric guitar takes me out. Incredible. Fell off a cliff like 7 times, and there was a hole in a cave that also got my ass. Oh no. I fell in the hole in that one cave, like, I think like 3 times. And then trying to get to, whatchamacallit, I was trying to cross this bridge, the Rugwell Bridge, and there is this hole here that I fell in like twice. 3 times, I don't know. I fell in that hole. It's very embarrassing.
Might be time to freshen up the loadout.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I will never get over the menu music. It will always surprise me at how amazing it is. Have I obtained that one? I don't think I have.
My knees fell. I'll have that.
Did he say, was he saying something about his knees?
We'd best hold on to it.
Oh no.
My knees felt that.
Oh my god, that is literally so funny.
Wipe
don't
them
have
off the
these.
face of Ionia.
Sure, whatever. Let's get this out of the way.
Gotcha! Mighty strike!
Whirlwind!
Double spinning
what?
edge! Nice. Thanks, Capon.
Flare, Aria!
There goes the enemy. Your knowledge to rejoice.
Quick and painless.
That's what I was trying to get you. Oh, really? Oh my god, that's so funny. I love it.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
I hope there's a genuine
I
need
feel
for
that
this.
so much.
Whirlwind!
shot.
No injuries to speak of. I could have done that one
Your knees felt that. Oh. No, but once again, this game really nailed it with the older characters and not making them the tropey, here's some old people, they're super decrepit because they're old. It's just, it's perfect. They're still badasses. They're extremely attractive, but they talk about, like, you know, being older. And I appreciate that so much. Thank you. No stereotypes in the series? Yes. I love it so much. Also, Babs, like, off topic, but I'm still so happy for you that your sibling is playing Xenoblade. That's so amazing.
Time sure does fly.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
Oh my god, I feel bad because this little snake was sleeping and I was like, how about you die?
Revolt uppercut! Blitz punch!
Flare, Aria!
Spinning edge! Revolt uppercut! Heavy revolt! Right on the money.
Yeah, cool. Great Garland!
Anchor shot. Detonating hit.
Like,
Double
I'm quite
spinning
confident.
it.
Double spinning edge.
Whirlwind. Strike. Shoe blast.
Kneel.
Double spinning it. Big one. Sounds good. I'm with you.
I haven't played as Rex in a while, and wow, it is very fun.
Double spinning it. Don't come back here.
The outcome was patently obvious.
Oh my god. Oh god, I thought I fell like way farther. You posted more about it in Discord. They started playing because they saw a pic of Dunban. Oh my god, that's so fair. That is so fair. Dunban is that bitch. I remember when I first started playing and I saw him and I was just like,
Nothing like a bit of DIY.
he is the love of my life. Telling friends to play Xenoblade. No, it's the same. I'm the same way. I feel it too. I try to be self-aware though, because I never want to come off as somebody trying to be like super pushy and like, you know, annoying. Even though I feel it. Like I feel like I am definitely being annoying.
Bold of them to get up in my face.
First strike to me.
Stop there. I'll see you once.
Thanks for that.
It's hard, like, loving stuff, not normally. And having friends. It's hard not loving things normal amounts, loving things in extreme amounts, and trying to talk to your friends about them.
I appreciated that.
Great Garland!
Here we go. You ready or what?
You decide the timing.
Stop playing the game. He said it was boring. No. Was he? Wait, which one was he playing? I prefer being free than normal. No, I feel that. I definitely, too. I feel free when I am not being normal. Oh, crap.
Here I go!
The long hair and older men always hits, truly. Oh, your friends are more open to play Xenoblade than your family. Aww.
I'm quite comfortable.
I mean, I think it's really cool that you have family that actually plays video games. I just recently found out that one of my cousins likes Final Fantasy. So I will be trying to get her to play Xenoblade as well. Although maybe she's already played it, I have no idea. Matthew's getting his ass beat. No, did all the stuff fall down there? Or maybe it didn't, I don't even know. Yes. I feel like there was something over here. Oh wait, I think this is where the, what's it called? The thingy was. I don't know if this is the...
My knees felt that.
I have no idea if this is what I'm supposed to be doing to get this, but it's fine. It has been obtained, so Good enough.
My knees felt that.
Oh, 5 chapters of Xenoblade 1. Oh no. That's why I'm in the past. I'm in the past usually. Oh, in the past, usually Hyperfixate ended up with me getting involved in fandoms because I gotta let this out somehow. Yes. No, definitely understand. Well, that's why I really like that uploading my videos to YouTube. I get a, what do you call it? I get a bigger audience. Have a bigger audience on
This is pretty
YouTube.
rare, right?
So, it's nice, especially with Xenoblade and like the other games that I play, like Final Fantasy 13. I've found some really awesome people who have been really sweet and really excited that there are people who are experiencing the game and like sharing it with other people. So, and it's all been really positive. Oh, come over here. Come here, come here, come here.
Yeah, it'll do for a warm-up.
This fight is not
No,
worth
come
picking.
here. Why are you flying away from me? No. Oh well. I'll get it someday. Christmas gift is a whole trilogy. It's cool that it's on Switch. Yes, it is. It's really nice that everything is available on the Switch.
This is quite rare, is that? Oh, it's too far. Shame.
What? Oh, probably because of the thing. Okay. I see.
My knees felt going up.
Ooh, I'm finding so many nice things now. I love it. Was that an accessory? That was an accessory, right? Okay.
Let's review our equipment.
Wait. Are no palm straps the same? Were no pawn straps different in base Xenoblade 3? Or am I misremembering?
Got a rare one. Score!
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
Just so you know, I don't do things by heart. Ow, my face! These fists got bite! Ow, my face! These fists got bite!
I'm never not going to hear bitch. Always going to hear bitch.
Training, I guess.
Oh shoot, I fell. Okay, it's fine. I keep thinking that I'm falling really far. Oh, hold on. These are not a part of my enemypedia. We will be killing.
Yeah, it'll do for a warm-up.
We will be annihilating.
Let's get this out of the way.
Thanks for that.
Oh no! I lost the enemy's attention! Heavy rush! Stop there! I'll be your opponent!
Nice. Thanks a bunch.
Revolt uppercut!
By the way, did anyone in here pre-order the OST? Like that really cool OST?
Even broken sweat.
The outcome
Because I
was
think they
patently
close
obvious.
pre-orders, right? You wish you did?
Gotta
The
make
Trinity
use
box
of what
looks
we
sick.
got.
You wish you had too. Yeah. I really contemplated on getting it, but
I'm glad we could fix the elevator.
I decided against it.
Yep, makes going up that much easier.
But it really did look so cool. I'm really surprised. I feel like the pre-order period was really short. Because I think didn't they announce it during the the last trailer for Future Connected? And then that was it. Yeah, I was hoping, and I don't know if they're going to, they probably won't. I was hoping that they would
This is
release the
pretty rare,
flutes
right?
separately. Oh, it's a campsite.
We'll have this up in no time.
The siren figure model had lore? No way. Is that I need to go find it then. I had no idea that there was lore there. That's so rude. You're hoping when you go to Japan you can find one. Ooh, when are you going to Japan? Phew, I'm so relieved to finally see a friendly face. Good news, the cavalry's here. Come on, we'll take you back with us. I would appreciate that. I've been on my own for days, just wandering. I'm Kathy. I used to work as an engraver. Seriously glad to make your acquaintance.
I got their name.
I'm in the mood to tinker.
I cannot believe that. That's wild. But there was huge lore. What the heck? I need to go find that. October 28th to November 12th. That is really exciting. I want to go so bad. That is like bucket list trip for me. I'm hoping that I can go in 2024 when they do Star Wars Celebration in Japan. I feel like that's my calling right there. That's like my sign that that'll be the time for me to go. So, oh wait, hold on. I want to see.
How shall I go about improving this?
Still can't upgrade it.
You gotta keep track of things.
I know so many people over the last few months who have gone to Japan.
Nothing like the wind in your hair!
It hurts seeing people live your dream. But I'm still very happy for everyone that has been able to go.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
I am just sitting and wishing it were me.
Nice. Thanks a bunch.
There goes the enemy.
Someone wants to adopt an adult man so you can stay there. Oh my god.
It's me you want.
Thanks a bunch.
That is very understandable.
Whirlwind.
Mighty strike.
That's right. Eyes on me. Gotcha. Flick punch.
Would anyone like to adopt a pet American?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Would anyone like
Wipe
to
'em off
save
the face
an
of
American
Ionia.
from the US? You went to Japan when you were young and you still miss it? That is incredible.
Mighty strike.
No injuries to speak of.
I have a feeling whenever I go to Japan, I will turn into a puddle. Like, I will probably cry the entire time. Just for no reason at all. Just because I'm there.
Smash them up.
Smash them up.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
I hope there's a genuine need for this.
Battery's through. It's me you want. Stop there. Thanks for that. I'll be your opponent. Nice. Thanks a bunch. Heavy rush. Mighty strike.
Skyfall.
Break.
Illusory
I'll
blow!
be in all that. I lost the enemy's attention. Machine blast.
If I wasn't going to the movies today, y'all, today would definitely be one of those days where I would be unhinged, and we would be doing a not stopping stream until I finish future routines.
Don't let the enemy take the upper hand.
It would definitely be one of those days. But I'm going to the movies later, so
I lost the enemy's
They
attention.
thought this would slow us down.
Victory came easily.
Yeah, it'll do for a warm-up.
we're seeing the new Guardians movie.
Ahead of you.
I'll follow you. It's me you want. Nice. Thanks a bunch. There goes the
Yes, Babs, I am pushing main story today.
Skyfall.
I know how you feel. That was nothing. Go on, praise us some more.
I'm 30 hours in.
Yeah,
So
it'll do for
I
a warm-up.
feel like,
Just so you know, I don't do things by heart.
I mean, no one confirmed, no one deny,
Thanks for that.
no one say anything, but I feel like I am probably getting fairly close for the most part,
Me you want.
because I've been playing for 30 hours. So,
Spinning it. Uppercut.
Left right.
Machine clap.
which truthfully, I don't want it to end, but at the same time, I have so many questions, and I feel like my brain's not in
The
peace
outcome was patently obvious.
because I'm constantly thinking about it, like wondering what's going on and what's gonna happen. I really don't want it to end, though.
Do for a warm-up.
It actually kills me to think that
Let's get this
this will probably be the last piece of Xenoblade that we'll get for a very long time.
Thanks a bunch. Trouble spinning it.
I'll be your opponent.
Thank you.
Very thoughtful of
I
you.
lost the enemy's attention. Stop there. I'll be your opponent.
I'm grateful.
Break.
Yeah, you didn't miss any story, Babs. I'm still working my way to the objective. Yeah, I think today is like the opening day or whatever for Guardians.
I'm quite comfortable with you and Jesus.
There goes the enemy.
I appreciate that.
Ooh, I want to learn Japanese too, but I also want to learn Tagalog.
Too much for one, try two. More
Ready whenever.
These fists
There
got
goes
bite.
the enemy.
Great
Detonating
Scarlet!
hit.
Attack's going well, huh?
Counting on you, Dimmer.
Here
30
I go.
hours in DLC content. It really is. The same thing happened with the DLC in Xenoblade 2. Like,
Have it like this.
they're literally, it feels like they're whole ass games.
That's right. Eyes on me.
Nico. Very admirable.
There's like new areas, new music, new stories, new side quests. It just feels like it's an entirely new game. It's really wild.
Let's see what we can do.
Hey, Apathetic Mike, welcome in. Can always go back and play the older games. I do. I really want to play. Talked about it a little bit earlier, but I do really want to play Xenogears. I do really want to play Xenosaga, and I need to figure out when I can actually do that because I'm gonna miss this series so much that I just really want more. So we'll figure it out. But it's definitely, I think at this
Over
point, it's
there,
gonna happen.
You're calling that landmass the Orion Mountains these days?
Yes, that's right, I think.
Right. Mountains.
Mountains!
You want to say something?
Oh my god!
No, just reminiscing a bit. One time I got swallowed up by them. That was one hell of a ride.
Huh?
Damn, Rex. You're good. You
They don't
almost had me
believe
there for a sec.
him.
Oh, a joke. I get it.
No.
Hey, are you feeling okay? Your head
Oh
specifically?
my god.
Hey, lay off me. I guess it does kind of sound like a fever dream.
It's true. It really did happen. I was there in the olden days. Oh my god, that is literally so funny. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when there's this meme or whatever where people who were born during the time of landlines, they're like, yeah, I remember when cell phones didn't exist. And then there are people that are like, cell phones didn't exist? You know, like that type of thing. It's funny. Dead end. Huh? That's weird. We've been following the map quite closely, too. Yeah, it's gotta be right. We've got the makings of a road under the cliff. Better find a way to get down then. What? Down? From here? Don't worry, we have ether lifts to help us. Yes, but even so, is that really our only option here? What, you scared, Hi? You trembling in your widow boots? Of course I'm scared. What I don't understand is how you seem to be completely unfazed. Heh, glad it looks that way to you, because I'm actually this close to peeing my pants right about now. I did not need to hear that, Saomi. Want to stay here then? We can go on ahead. Heh, sheer terror ain't enough to stop me when treasure's on the line. That's a complex kind of bravery. Okay, but, like, seriously, I love Naomi. She is hilarious.
Nothing like a bit of DIY.
Oh crap, yeah, okay. Maybe if I'll get to the next part, and then I'll take a break. I don't even know, is this a side quest? This might be a side quest.
Going down!
Still feel bad for the Titans, yeah. I know. Big okay grandpa vibes. Yeah, poor Rex and Nia still can't get over Uri. You've been with Zelda since the beginning? Oh my god. The dialogue in this series is simultaneously top tier. It's silly AF, it really is. What do we have here? What have we here? Check it out, this is it. It's the same pattern as the sigil. So the treasure's inside here? From the looks of this door, I wouldn't rate our chances of getting it open very highly. You'd think, right? That's where the sigil comes in. Watch and learn. The sigil's gonna resonate and the door will do this mighty rumbling, and then nothing's happening. Aw, come on. That was totally a rumbly door moment. I really suggest you take a reality check, Saomi. Fine. Hi, give me all the high explode. This woman is... She's giving fire sign energy. You want to blow the door down? I probably do have enough on me. Hold on. Saomi, could you pass Hyzen the sigil? Huh? Why? Please stop asking questions and do as he says. Okay, go ahead. This, I know where this is. I think I know what this is. All right, now what, Shulk? Now stand in front of the door. Right. Oh wait, maybe I don't know what it is. Just kidding. Oh? What? No way. I thought it might be something like that. What? But how? I don't understand. The mechanism probably relied on verifying both the sigil and biological data of its bearer. It was looking for someone with a link to the race who created the sigil. In other words, race? I'm afraid I don't follow. Does it matter? We got the thing open. Thanks, Hi, you rock. Wait. I'm trying to remember. Wait, I think Melia did do... Yes! Melia did do something like that in Xenoblade 1. Because she was high Entia. And he's high Entia. Is that right? Yes! How'd you figure it out anyway, Shulk? It was just a hunch I had based on past experience. Yes! I wasn't sure if it would actually work. What the heck? I see. Oh my god. Could you guys dawdle any more? The treasure's right in front of us. Let's move it. Come on, hup hup. Yes. I remember. Yes. Yes, I remember. I remember. I remember. Oh my god. Oh, this is so cool! What the heck? Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Like, it's like these little tiny references that like, this is incredible. It's treasure, real actual treasure of actual monetary value. It's like fan service, but fan service that like isn't whatchamacallit, that they don't like it makes sense. I don't understand how they managed to do it, where they're providing fan service, but it's not like annoying and like it makes sense. I don't know how they do that. Like, how do they do that? It's not just a bludgeon of Cammy with a wing to the... Yes! You know what I'm talking about, Photogy. Like, the type of fan service they do in Star Wars is so fucking annoying. But, like, this is incredible. Like, I don't know how they do it. I got some of the prototype upgrade mats out of the FC chest. Oh, are you talking about... are you making an airship? Yeah, the lore tree, yes. Oh, cool. Are you making an airship for the house that you just got? The one that's near the FC house? Got some pests, though. Where'd they slink in from? That hole over there, if I were to hazard a guess. They think they can get their greedy mitts on the treasure, do they? Yeah, not on my patch, they ain't. Have at 'em, oh, esteemed authority figures. You really are incorrigible. It's all right. Could tell where this was going from a ways off.
I'm quite comfortable.
Platinum jewel. Hey, this is pretty nifty. Should come in useful in a scrap. Huh. This is not what I expected. What are you talking about? It's valuable treasure just like you wanted. Yeah, I get that, but I was hoping for something with a more pizzazz, more like bling. Like piles of gold and silver? Yeah, exactly. A riches beyond your wildest dreams kind of thing. And what good would that do us? We'd have no use for it. Oh, well, far be it from me to turn down an opportunity, golden or otherwise. Sorry, but we'll be requisitioning this. It's going straight into the Liberator's collective assets. What? How is that fair? I was the one who found it. Come now, we all contributed here. You should have known how this would turn out, Sayomi. All right, you've had your fun. Now how about you get back to Colony 9 and do some work? Work schmirk, a true adventurer laughs in the face of hard labor. You haven't heard the last of this. Next chance I get, Sayomi's coming back with a vengeance. Okay, but I would play a game with her as the protagonist. You hear me, Linka, you big jerk? Hey, Sayomi, wait for me! She's wonderful. I freaking love Sayomi so much. Wow, she's a regular human whirlwind. Hang in there, Linka. I'm trying, believe you me. Sayumi reminds me of myself when I'm with friends and I'm being very
They've got something to
unhinged
say to us.
and they are simply getting tired of being in public with me. I know, right? Say we just spoke to myself, right? And if you're into the lore like that, the reference is just a hunch and you move on. Meanwhile, Star Wars will reference the entire Clone Wars in a whip, so new fans are just like, okay, more stuff I need to watch play, I guess. Yes. Pretty much.
Going up!
Going up. This way.
My knees felt that.
Every time he says it. He very much resonates with me. Oh, this gives you Dark Souls vibes? Yeah, I can see it. See it.
My knees felt that. Yeah, it'll do for a warm-up. You ain't all that.
This is the best DLC since you played The Witcher. Ooh.
Thanks for that. Break! Break! There goes the enemy.
I'm trying to remember the DLC that I really loved. I guess Remind for Kingdom Hearts 3 was really good. I liked that one.
Nice. Thanks a bunch. Mighty strike! Rolling! Eyes on me! You're on a roll, Nicole! Double spinning it! Mighty strike! Time for something real special!
You just ain't like a perfect media.
Go on, praise us some more. Lovely
Playing with
to
Rex
get
is
a
your
look.
friend. I see you missed Xenoblade too. I do. I played Shulk a little bit, but Shulk for me is a little rough because he's a tank. So, and I don't typically like playing as a tank. So, it was nice to play as Shulk for a little bit though.
Let's review our equipment.
Ooh! We have found a relic. Oh no, that's so rude.
First strike to me.
That is rude.
Nice. Thanks a bunch. Break! There goes the enemy.
The Xehanort armor battle,
Thanks
yes.
a bunch.
Oh, Blanc, welcome in. Shulk is the least fun to play in this DLC. His gimmick just isn't good. I don't mind him. It's more of just I don't really like playing tanks. I'm really bad at holding aggro, so I just want to do damage. I guess healing is fine too, but I don't have a ton of fun when playing as a tank. Hi, Kalani, how are you?
Monaco armor, off with you!
I'm the cure to all your problems.
No! I lost the enemy's attention! Now you're getting me!
All my power. Unleash. Where are you?
Right! Heavy rush! Smart ball! Double! Uppercut! Break!
I'm quite comfortable.
There goes the enemy!
Crush
Double! Spinning it!
Cure to all your problems.
The power! It's coming to me! It's me! Thanks a bunch!
Ah, I love when he does that. I think I missed though, or somebody missed.
Here's one for the team.
Stop there! I'll be your opponent! No! Thanks a bunch! I lost the enemy's attention! True black! Off with you! These fists got back! Thanks for that! Oh no! I lost the enemy's attention! These fists got back!
There he goes again, saying bitch.
Here we go! Evil! For the main event! With
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, howdy. Oh no, no! I just noticed that Rex got launched! And he died. Oh my god.
Thanks for the support.
Oh my god, let's go level 50.
Time is of the essence. Let's move forward.
Another gem unlock! There are so many, like, upgrades in this area. I love it. Who needed the gem upgrade? I think it was, yep, it was Rex. Oops.
More stuff to try.
More stuff. I should probably do this.
Arts are looking sharp.
Arts are looking sharp.
Arts are looking sharp. A new skill. That'll come in handy in battle.
This is so, like,
Skills are earned, not learned.
looking at his stuff, he really is so broken.
That'll come in handy in battle.
Like, it's like if he lands a crit, then he crits more. If he after he lands another crit, then he's going to crit times 5,000. And then when people are at full health, he will then crit 10 times in a row. Like, he's wild.
A new skill. Haha! Now we're getting the good stuff.
He is very strong.
I'll make good use of this.
Do you mean take a break before the main story scene or after? Oh, it's like I was gonna take it before the main story, but I got distracted again.
All the hard
You like
work
the upgrade
pays off.
system? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind both, to be honest. I think they're both really great. This one is a bit more straightforward, though.
All right, looking good. There we go.
There we go. Oopsie, I definitely upgraded Rex quite a bit. He needs another accessory slot pretty badly. Not that he needs it. Back from food, you ate your weight in hummus. Oh my god, that sounds delicious. I do like me some hummus. But welcome back.
Get the old cylinders out.
Y'all, I want everyone to please pray for me. I am hoping that, like, part of me wants to finish the DLC today. Like I said, I don't know if I'm even close to finishing it. I could be just, you know, maybe I'm not even close. But the other part of me is like, I don't want to finish it today because I have a feeling that I'm probably going to have a mental breakdown. And I'm very proud of my makeup today. It took me quite some time. So I have mixed feelings. I would like to finish today, but at the same time, I'd rather not because my makeup, it took me so much time. So I'm a little worried. I'm in danger. It's fine, I'll just go to the movies with janky makeup. It's fine. Spend all day. But that's what I've been doing the last few streams. I've literally just been doing side quests. So, not that I'm complaining, because I love the side quests, and they have been so great. Excuse me, I'm just picking up the stuff. We're at risk of crying, yes. Don't want to ruin the makeup before the photo shoot. There is no photo shoot today. The ending kind of snuck up on you. I saw that from somebody who, I think it was Sarah. I think Sarah said she accidentally finished too. So
Fucked up the training, I guess.
I'm a little worried.
This is the remnant of an annihilation event, and a large one at that.
Very large.
Nothing like the wind in your hair!
Whenever you feel like you're at the edge of finishing, call it for the day. But like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to do that. Have I taken a break yet? Yeah. I've taken a break in my brain. That totally makes sense.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
Is it even worth it? Well, don't let me stop you.
Heavy whirlwind! Double spinning it!
Hey, keep that up, alright?
Double spinning it! Mighty strike!
They thought this would slow us down.
Doing side quests and then one seating view will be sobbing, yes. Makeup can always be reapplied. Yeah. It won't be the same though. I was watching Sarah too. Oh, did she mention me? I love Sarah. She is wonderful. No, we actually met because of Kingdom Hearts. But we connected more over like this year. And we are trying to like we want to do something. Like initially we were gonna do something Genshin, but I think that since we're both kind of going through it right now with Genshin, I think I'm gonna see if she wants to do something else.
The outcome was patent.
What was I gonna say? Oh my god! It's a really cute Durgan! That looks like it's gonna kick my ass. I should probably clear everything around it.
Wipe them off the face of
But yeah, we actually met during Kingdom Hearts 3 time. And then over time we learned we are very, very similar people. Like eerily so.
First strike to me. You weren't playing around. You won. Thanks for that. Heavy root, stop there. I'll be your opponent.
Play 14 with her and Goff. Yeah. I really think there's a lot that we could do. I really want to do something with her and Nyx. I think it'd be really fun. They are probably two of some of my favorite people that I've met on Twitch. Like there's a few others. Like J-Rock is another one. He's another favorite of mine that I've met on Twitch. But Sarah and Nyx are definitely two of my favorites as well. Oh no! I've made a mistake! Oh no, 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 no. I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna die. This is where I die. We are in very big troubles. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm being dramatic. Okay, now we're good. We're good. I don't think there's anything else. It's so big! Ouchies.
Here we go. You ready or what?
I'm ready and aim. Here I go!
Let's give 'em a taste.
We need all the Kingdom Hearts Final Fantasy servers to play Xenoblade. Yes, you're right. I have an agenda. Everyone that I know that plays Final Fantasy, I'm like, I think you really like Xenoblade. There's quite a few like JRPG content creators that haven't played Xenoblade yet. So slowly but surely. Oh my god. This is pain. This is very hurt. It looks like it's from Drakengard. Hi, Mod. Welcome in. Is Glimmer getting her dad up? That was so precious. So anyway, I'm gonna do a chain attack now. Gonna go through your channel completely independently of one another during my Xenoblade 3 hype cycle. Oh, that's amazing. I think I found you from Nixie rating you. You're streaming at night, which I know is rare. Really? That's so funny. That she rated me at night. RPGs and people something like I play Final Fantasy if you play Xenoblade. Yes, definitely. I feel like that's the best idea. Become Beyblade. I did my best. It still hurt. The way both been saved by chain attack. Sometimes when I am desperate, I'm like, it's time for a chain attack. Yes, it's very early, but it's time for a chain attack. Assure self-reactivation addition to standard number of reactivations. Okay, so he will for sure be reactivated. Spread the good word to the masses, but after future game, I'm gonna have to figure something out to put together a glam for this party. Yes! I need to put together a glam as well. I don't think I put together a Xenoblade glam. I'm a Lala right now, so I might need to change, because I feel like a Nia one would be very typical. I don't know. I don't know who I'm gonna do. Xenoblade cosplay in 14, right? I've seen a really good Nia's. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, okay. Yeah, oh my god, I could do a Nopon one. Maybe a Manana? I don't know if I can do a Manana actually. I don't know. There was a Senna? Oh, that's amazing. I didn't mean to do that. It's fine. Some of the clothing doesn't look the same. Yeah, I messed up. I'm so quirky when I mess up, being so random. Which I definitely, messing up on this is probably really bad. Because it is kicking my ass. Ow. Not the spin to win. Not the tail swipe. I know, it's enraged now. But this is terrifying. Why did I do AoE? I don't know. I'm scared. Oh no! Do I have any healers up? No, wait, A!
Matthew?
Okay, people are getting up. No, that was so oh my god, that was so clutch. Holy shit. I got so lucky. What the actual fuck? Oh my god, and I can do a chain attack. I am screaming. This is oh no. I didn't do it fast enough. Nickel's dead. He's dead. The team was revived by the power of beads. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Not him being useless in chain attacks. I actually think it would have worked out here though, because everyone was dead prior to this, so I'm not even sure if any of the tanks had aggro. So it actually might have been kind of useful. Maybe.
What about something like this? What about something like this?
Will Regenerate get Nickel up or no? Maybe not. Okay, who's gonna launch? Who has launch here? I think. Does none of them have launch? I guess not. Oh, there's a strategy manual. I definitely don't have that.
How do we play this?
How do you think this will go? Do as I do.
Oh god, okay. Scary. Actually, crap, I didn't see if Rex may have had a launch. I just realized this is a dragon god. I certainly did not see.
Here we go.
Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go. I didn't get the 200, but I wanted to launch before we got back in the fight, so... Oh, okay. That works. I didn't realize it would finish it.
More intel on the enemy.
Heck yeah, first try! Her fit belongs in Final Fantasy, yeah. Oh, there's some good Pyra and Mithra ones. I'll have to look. Cause yeah, I wanna do like a glam for Xenoblade in 14. But I don't want to do a Nia. I feel like the Nia ones were really popular. I kind of want to do like a character that you don't see very often in 14. It's hard to do like the high Entias, so like Uni and Melia, because it doesn't really work. Because you can't do the wings on top of your head. I mean, I guess you could still like wear the clothes, but it's not the same.
The outcome was patently obvious.
What about Best Boy Ricky? I love Ricky so much. We actually have a Ricky emote, because he's so important. Yeah, I know that it overrides, but honestly, it's okay.
No way. We're crossing this?
That's scary. Oh, hello! We can rescue somebody. Please don't die! Like the other guy? Oh wait, why am I still Shulk? Not that there's anything wrong with Shulk. I just prefer playing as Rex.
Good going! Let's strike force! Ready whenever! Double spinning it!
I know, they should give us little head wings. Oh my god, like Redacted and Endwalker. Yes. She's a high Entia. Oh, there's some Dragoon headgear has wings. Oh, really? There's a good one for N for Dark Knight. Oh my god. Looks like we got here in the nick of time. Any injuries on you? You needn't have bothered. I was doing perfectly fine on my own. Yeah, all right, mate. You're welcome. You sure you want to take that tone with your fellow citizen? Well, you're from the city too, are you? Not this. I am, and thanks for taking it on board. Come on, let's get you back to our base. What base is this? The Liberator's base. You coming with or not? Sure, why not? Anything to aid the city's revival. I'll grasp at whatever straws I find within my reach. Well, he seems like a joy. Double spinning edge, double spinning edge, double spinning edge. Wait, did I already do the one over here? No, I didn't. I'm almost there! It's right there! She's right there.
We'll have this up in no time.
Oh, okay. Like, I'm literally right there. Holy crap. Let me jump down and get this.
My knees felt. I'll have that. Check it out.
The Mithra playstyle for rest.
Enough
Yeah.
on metal, huh?
I actually, when I played Xenoblade 2, I actually mained Nia when I was able to play her. Because I really love her a lot. I had a lot of fun playing her. Maybe. Oh yeah, let me, I'm gonna get to the area, Aiden, and then like I will definitely take a break. I realize it's been quite some time. Oh, or I can go into, wait, I don't have these.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
You ain't all that, but I'll still treat you right.
June blast! Double spinning it!
Enemy data complete.
Oh my god, it is so cool that Rex is able to topple and launch, like, simultaneously. I love it.
That's one building.
They thought this would slow us down.
This was basically what I predicted.
In terms of who is worth to control, yeah.
You'll want to watch your step at
Wipe
night.
them off the face of Ionia.
It is, the combat system in 2 is something that I was, like, I missed what 1 was, and then I was like, oh, this is kind of hard to get the hang of, and then eventually, like, I think maybe halfway through the game, I don't remember exactly when, I started being able to do the little bubble things, and it was so satisfying. I was like, whoa, this is extremely fun. It is a very rewarding battle system once you get the hang of it. I really, really loved it. Kind of difficult, but Nia made it. Yes. Yeah. Playing as Nia was really fun.
This is quite rare.
Even if it was, like, I mean, you know, she's mostly healing and stuff, but, like, it was super fun. I loved it. I guess we'd be playing Mario. Xenoblade is now a platformer. I practiced with the Final Fantasy XIV jumping puzzles. Easy. Except A and Shulk fell. Okay. Are y'all good?
Something shining. It's an ether channel.
They break others. Yeah, I realize it's been a while since I've had a break, but I'm so invested. Oh. Completing a full burst? Yup. It was very fun. Huh, what's this? It's a lute, a variety of musical instruments played by plucking the strings. Lute? Hey, doesn't it look a bit like Glimmer's blade? Is this also a weapon? She asked if an instrument was a weapon. Nah, see, you're used to instruments of destruction, whereas this thing's only an instrument of music. I think the easiest way to explain would be to play it directly, but I fear I'm not qualified. It's broken anyway. See, the strings are missing. Oh my god, she's so interested. So, can I take this loop thing? Huh? But you heard him, it's broken. Yeah, I know, it just seems kind of a waste to leave it lying here. I don't see any harm in it, and who knows, we might even be able to get it fixed at some point. In fact, isn't there some shop in Colony 9 that sells loots? Is there? Oh, yeah, now that you mention, I think I remember seeing something like that. Cool, then I'll be sure to stop by. Huh. She is a musical prodigy. She is a she likes music.
Smash 'em up!
This is Xenoblade 2 of them to do. Oh, you don't have the ether cylinder? You can take this crappy alternate path. Just use Redacted with Rex instead of needing a healer party member. Oh, at the end of this game? Or, 2? What did I get? An accessory? Oh, maybe it was Affinity. Yeah. I'm gonna unlock Rex.
The sky's the limit for my strength.
You're right. You're so right. %1 chance to instantly defeat an enemy at 30% HP or lower?
Skills are earned, not learned.
Skills are earned, not learned.
A new skill.
Yeah.
Aha! Now we're getting the good stuff.
His stuff is wild.
Skills are earned, not learned.
I absolutely love it. Like, he is just...
Arts are looking sharp.
He is truly the master driver. It is very incredible. He has come such a long way. Wait, I'm trying to think who is redacted. Oh, wait, are you talking about, like, because I played through Xenoblade 2, so, like, we don't have to redacted... I don't have to redacted 2 or 1. Like, are you talking about Nia? Yeah, okay, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, she was really, really strong. I wasn't sure if you're talking about Nia or if you're talking about, another blade that you get. Oh my goodness. I don't know where to start. Queen Cat. I love Nia. I love her so much. She's everything to me. So is Melia. I love Melia too. She's everything to me. They're all everything to me. I love them. No, but really, I don't know where to start. Oh. Wait.
All right.
Did I make it to the other side already? Like to the Where the heck am I?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think this is probably a good place to take a break because obviously I have to go through this incursion and then it looks like the next part of the main story is like right there. It's right there. So I think that we're gonna take a bit of a break. I'm just gonna get up, stretch, use the restroom, stuff and things, drink some more water, do whatever. And then we will be back shortly. I literally haven't taken a break since I started, but it's okay. I've been really invested, and this is obviously, I'm just really, I am sick Xenoblade. So everyone, feel free to also get up and stretch. Get yourself a snack or a drink. If you haven't taken your meds yet, make sure to take your meds. Get some sunlight if you need stuff. If you haven't already too, please join our Discord if you want to talk all the Xenoblade things, because we have a dedicated Xenoblade channel. And there is a Xenoblade thread for my specific playthrough if you want to talk about anything that's going on in my playthrough. Otherwise, the Xenoblade channel is for everything Xenoblade. Also Xenosaga, whatever, just the Xeno series in general. And yeah, we'll be back. Be right back. Oh, also, if you haven't actually seen my playthroughs of Xenoblade 1, I have my playthrough on YouTube, and my Xenoblade 2 playthrough is slowly going up on YouTube. I think they're YouTube. I think there's 6 parts up now, so it's a long series. I mean, because it's a long game. So anyway, we'll be right back. I have like charcuterie, so that is the snack that I am having today.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia. I hope there's a genuine need for this. Lord! Trouble! Trouble! Spinning it!
Even broke a sweat.
Go on, praise us some more.
Praise us some more.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
You ain't all that, but I'll still speak it, right?
Here's one for the team.
I appreciate that.
You block!
Time to go for the
Mighty strike! Trouble spinning it!
threat. Hardly even broke a sweat.
I could have done that one-handed.
Good shot!
Where are ya?
Trouble spinning it! Trouble spinning
They
it!
thought this would slow us down.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Bah, someone's eager for a kicking.
Good shot! Trouble spinning! Not done for that.
Today I am waiting for a very important email.
Looking good.
Pull back.
So
Right on the
I am like, every time I get like a notification I got an email, I'm like, hello?
We can't do this without you!
The hell happened to Rex? Anyway, every time I get an email, I'm like frantically checking to see.
Imminent. I'm quite comfortable and good, Matthew.
I'm the cure to all your
That's right! Over me!
Time for something real special.
I'm ready and able.
This is me you want! Time to pull our power! I hear you!
If I don't make it.
Move! Move!
This stuff is
Whack!
hurting very badly. Holy crap.
I think I need a lie down.
not.
We'll
That
have to
was
up
very
our game for next
terrifying.
time.
You won't be stuck in waiting mode. Yes. Like, honestly, I'm very excited to go to the movies tonight, but at the same time, I'm like, what if I get the email when I'm in the middle of a movie and then I can't check it, and then I don't respond right away,
Wipe 'em off the face of
and then I miss everything.
So you know,
So maybe it's better if I just sit here and stare at my email.
Where are ya?
Trouble spinning it!
Side point.
don't let us down. Break.
Trouble spinning it!
And don't come back, you hear?
This was basically what I predicted.
Oh god, no! Did the voice actor scream like that on purpose?
That was seriously awful.
That was extremely reminiscent of Xenoblade 2 wrecked Scream. Extremely.
Smash them up! Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
This fight is not working. Kneel!
Right on the money.
Don't rest on your laurels.
These fists got back.
Good.
Pretty much a perfect win.
Victory came easily.
Oh no, I have to do it all over again.
It's me you want. Nice. Thanks a bunch. There goes the enemy.
Great Charlotte!
Heavy rush. It's me you want. Thanks for that. Not done yet. I'll need to cover you. Double spinning it. Cross. Blade. You wreck.
Huh. No message. I'm the cure to all your problems.
I'm grateful.
Now my face.
Still holding on.
Know when to hold back.
I'll be your opponent. Nice. Thanks a bunch. How are you so strong?
Claire, Arya!
Launch!
I lost the enemy's hand control on power. Here we go. Next time we've got.
We can do it. Here I go.
Give him a taste. Yeah.
This is the real showstopper.
Right. That takes care of that.
Victory came easily. Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
I'll send you to your rest.
Doom blast! Heavy rush! Double spinning it! Mighty double spinning it! The power. It's coming to me.
Hardly even broke a sweat.
The outcome was patently obvious.
Whoa.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
Is it even worth it? Well, don't let me stop you.
This is exactly where I fell last time, so I'm going to be very careful and not fall again. Hopefully.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia.
You ain't all that, but I'll still treat you right.
I literally don't even remember how I fell.
Double spinning it! Revolt uppercut! An effortless victory.
Bye.
That's what I thought. Yeah, it'll do for a warm-up.
Is it even worth it? Well, don't let me stop you.
Way ahead of you.
Nice. Pretty much a perfect win.
I know I can count on you all.
Over there.
Ready a dog!
Claire, Arya!
Double spinning it!
Hi, Paige. How are you?
Nice one, Matthew. Mighty strength! Blade! Double spinning it! No injuries to speak of. Unless I'm wrong.
Unless you're wrong about what?
It'll do for a warm-up. Just so you know.
Sending applications, work on other things. Oh my goodness.
Illusory bloom!
Break! Stop there!
Has anyone, because I know that there's several of us who, several people who were applying for places and like looking at places. Has anyone had any good news or any good feelings?
That's a big help.
Mighty strike! Good! There goes the enemy.
Not a scam email.
Anchor shot! It's me you're watching all out top. The way to victory is clear. Time to show them what we got.
If it's too much for one, try
Effortless
two.
victory.
Topped up the training, I guess.
We persist,
Nothing
yeah.
like a bit of DIY.
Sending all the good vibes to everyone. My one application was viewed, but didn't say if it was. I hate that. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I really appreciate when companies actually like respond to you about whether or not you actually either got the job or you didn't get the job, or that they're reviewing your application or anything.
There goes the enemy. Illusory blow! Blitz break!
We did it.
Some more.
The most is when they do that like several months later, like thanks, oh my god. Like when they reach out to you and tell you that you didn't get it or whatever.
Way ahead of you. You're really getting into it, Matthew. I'll be your opponent. Thanks for that.
Yeah, because I feel like so many interview processes as well, like they are so stressful at it as is. Because a lot of them take so much time, so much energy, and you know, it's obviously worth it if you're able to get the job that you want, but yeah. And I understand that some places probably get a lot of applications and resumes and stuff, but yeah. It does suck when you don't hear anything back.
An effortless victory.
Topped up the training, I guess.
Oh. I was like, I'm missing one, but...
Wipe them off the face of Ionia. I hope there's a genuine need for this.
And then I get a random ass email from a place I applied to 5 months ago saying I get the job. Like, yeah, I figured as much. Exactly. Applying for jobs for 2 years has been hell for him because of his age. He's not even that old, but aging thrives in any industry. Yeah. Oh, Shadow, thank you so much for 500 bits. I really appreciate that. May the force be with you as well. How are you?
Going on.
Yeah, ages thrives in any industry, exactly. And from all the applications, interviews, and trials he had, only one person called him back to tell him they're sorry, but he's not the person they're looking for. And he was so grateful because it's better to be told than wait for ages. Yep, exactly. Oh no, UK! I already have that in my Enemypedia. But what is he standing on? Got an email about a job I did earlier in the month where the school was very happy. Aww, that's awesome. That's great to hear. Congratulations. I got a gem unlock. I think I'm gonna unlock Rex's.
More stuff to try.
Okay. The offer to start our own creative agency is still on the table. Listen, I think it'd be really cool to start our own business. Oh, crap.
Let's see what we can do.
Discouraging no amount of experience, some actors they won't even look at your... Right, yeah. Exactly, like, places are like, okay, you need experience, and it's just like... With certain places, it's like, how am I supposed to get that experience? Like, there are other places where, you know, you could possibly be able to do that, but it's just like, how am I supposed to get this experience in this particular field if I don't get the chance
Watch your step,
to?
Matthew. If you slip, there'll be no helping you.
Thank you, I slipped.
Hey, come on. I know I'm an easy mark, but I'm not that clumsy.
You know what? I'm gonna take the ladder. I was thinking there might be something really good over there, and like there very well may be something good over there. But oh, this is why. Okay, it's that thing. Yeah, whatever. I'm glad I didn't take that way, because that would have sucked. I would have fallen a million times, I think.
Phew. We've climbed a long flipping way.
Yeah, I figured they went to the same place. One of them is just probably if you don't have the materials.
Hey, these are rats.
Get the old cylinders out.
Yeah, this is like a combination of Prison Island and Tantal. Yep, So Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2.
Huh?
Hi, Rad, how are you?
A real boon. Let's have it.
Hey,
You're gonna celebrate with seafood. As you should. I think that was a gem. Yeah.
No such thing as over-accessorizing.
He's right. They hire the more experienced ones anyway. Yeah, just say you hate me. Entry level, also 15 years experience in irrelevant fields. Oh no, UK. When are we starting something? Usually unpaid to get some relevant experience. Exactly. One of my coworkers applied to another job, a security job. He put on the application that he said he had X amount of, which got him an interview. Then he told him he lied about the years of experience, saying getting that experience is hard to do to apply for that line of work. He ended up getting the job. What?
Hey,
Go on.
when I turned down the chance to be a god, I lost the power to have visions. But you,
There is no single established future. You should know that better than anyone, Shulk. If I were to tell you now what form your futures might one day take, it would be but one possibility, and a hazy one at that. The thing that gives shape to the future, it is your will. That's all the future is, Shulk.
You're quite right. I don't relish getting old. Age saps my courage.
That's perfectly correct. Leaping blade first into thick of fray is game best left to young and reckless.
Oh my god.
You said it, Riku.
Actually, is master upon who say.
Your master, eh?
Master upon say, when find one such give this.
Isn't that?
Everyone is right here. And also with Shulk there.
What is that?
You're right. We're not alone.
Shulk
Now
is
then,
hot. True.
What should we do?
Noted lie to employers. I hate it. Oh my god. Just because it was like they wanted specifically paid experience, but I had unpaid experience. But it was like, I know they'll call me out on this. Yeah.
Ah, that's worked up a good sweat.
It's something, really. It is really something. The interview process and whatnot. And so many fields are like extremely competitive as well that it's like it is very, very difficult. Because even if it's like entry level and you only need these qualifications, it's like if somebody has, I don't know, even a slight bit more than you, it's over.
How shall I go about improving this?
All right, let me save.
You gotta keep track of things. Let's skedaddle.
Is this the right way? Oh yeah, I guess.
Well, best not look down.
Other businesses are having people return to the workplace more early, so people are like frantically looking for a different job so they don't have to go back to an office. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it'll do for a warm-up.
Sure, whatever.
Who got hired instead of me on LinkedIn and judge their work like I could do better, but your loss. Oh no. Yeah. No, I feel that. I mean, it's like, it is really, I don't know. I understand completely. It's like, what do they have that like I was lacking? I absolutely get it. Oh, it's another big Durgan. They really said, you need to be prepared for this. If not, have fun. I guess this is as good as it's gonna get for me.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia. They don't look all that tough. Anchor shot!
Hi, anime fan, how are you?
Break! Double spinning it!
Someone else maybe I was looking. Oh, someone else might be asking less than you, possibly. I'm good. How are you?
Thanks, the fun. There goes the enemy. Whoa, with the punches. You're really getting into it, Bakri.
If it's too much for one, try two.
Jeez, he is hitting so hard, man. Spam is good.
Double spinning it! Double spinning it! Lock the enemy's attention! Double spinning it! Double spinning it! Double spinning it! I'm done.
He died. I think it's because I took aggro. Ah, I took aggro. Ah.
Capable and confident. That's what I like to see.
That was hilarious. I love it. How was dinner at Disney? It was good. It was good. We went to an English pub in Epcot called the Rose and Crown, and it was good. What did we get? Oh, I got the fish and chips. I posted a picture in Discord, and then Effigy got the shepherd's pie, and I actually stole Effigy's shepherd's pie halfway through because I liked it a lot more. Like I like fish and chips, but the shepherd's pie was really good. And then I forgot to post a picture. I still have it. I can post it later. But I got this mascarpone cheesecake from one of the Flower and Garden stands, and it was so good.
We have the advantage here. Whirlwind! Double spinning it! Thanks for that. Double spinning it! There goes the enemy. Gotcha! Mighty strike! Don't let all these fists go back! Anchor shot!
Hi, Flameless. How are you?
That's the spirit. They thought this would slow us down.
Quick and
This would
painless.
slow us down.
Wipe them off the face of Ionia. Don't let the enemy take the upper hand. Way ahead of you. You're in the groove, Matthew. Heavy blast! Double spinning it!
You ever just experience double spinning peak fiction?
To cover you. Gotta lie down for a
Never mind. He's dead.
break.
He's back. Let me launch. Let me launch. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do it. Double spinning fiction. Double spinning beans.
Hit us up next time you want a rematch.
I feel like I missed something over there. I know. I like that part 2 ride. It's so good. That's like my favorite part of the game. It's really just iconic.
No way. They want to come after us?
Whirlwind! It's me you want. Thanks for that.
Victory Blue!
There goes the enemy.
Can't wait for Rex to die again after he takes aggro.
Gotta lie down.
There he is. There it is.
We can't do this without you.
Ah.
Here's one for the team.
Grow my companion's power.
Ow, my face! Heavy
I'm
right
quite
foot!
comfortable.
I'm not me! I lost the enemy's attention you want! That's a big help.
I guess I'll get closer. Oh, launch!
Great! Double spinning it! Shot! Aye, here we go. You ready or what? Ready for the big one! The way to victory is clear. Stop there! That's a big help. Cross! Upgrade!
Left way.
Break! Break! No! I lost the enemy's attention reverse. Nailed it. All right. That's one.
It'd be like that when you're playing Rex. He is just constantly dying. Why is it shining like that? I feel like there's something here, but I don't know what it is. Oh wait, that one's shining too. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea. But I need this for my enemy, Padia.
Yeah, it'll do for a warm-up.
Ooh, this is a Dark Leia.
Double spinning it! Anchor shot!
I'm grateful.
Fuel blast! There goes the enemy. Gotcha! Double spinning it! Double spinning it! Double
I'm the
You've never had shepherd's pie? It's really good. It's like almost like a beef. Maybe like I guess maybe the best way to compare it, it's probably like a stew. Almost like beef with like a really thick, I don't know, like gravy. And it's got, ours had like peas and carrots, I think, in it. And then on top is like a layer of mashed potatoes. And I think there was like English cheese or something. I don't know, there was some cheese on it. And it was really good. Rex, we can't do this without you. You're safe, Al, because that fog rift closed by... It got glitched! No! That's awful! I'm sorry.
Right to me. Looking good, Rex. Stop there! I'll be your opponent. Thanks for that. Oh no! I lost the enemy's attention. Nice. Thanks a bunch.
You're gonna have to go to the side. Or double spinning edge. I feel like the fact that double spinning edge doesn't have positionals anymore makes it so much more broken. Rex, we can do this. Never mind, A's dead. We can definitely do this. It's kind of, yeah, it is kind of like, it's kind of like a casserole, yeah. It's really good. I highly recommend. Wait, I just realized that I am attacking the fog rift. Oh my god.
I'm the cure to all your problems. I'm ready and able. I'm quite comfortable on human duty.
I'm feeling full of beans.
He's feeling full of beans again.
I'm feeling full of beans.
Rex is me dying at any minor inconvenience. Absolutely, absolutely. That was actually so much better when I wasn't just focusing on the rifts. And I was focusing on the other things that were killing me, of course.
A most uncommon item.
My knees felt that.
Yeah, no, I was leveling him earlier and I was like, wow, so basically all of his skills are when Rex crits, he crits again. It has a 100% chance to crit a 300%. And then after he crits 300%, then he crits 1,000%, double the times 3.
The outcome was patent.
His skills are wild. And when it crits, it increases damage by 5,000. And when he crits, it ignores defense. It ignores defense for the remainder of the game. So basically, you one-hit KO everything because the defense is not even there anymore. No one has defense anymore. And then he crits again. Yes. Yes, yes.
This is pretty rare, right?
I think they really wanted to drive... they wanted to drive home that he was a master driver. I didn't mean to do that. It just kind of worked out like that. While Rex is doing 3K, yep. That's because he became a master driver. Actually, I don't think I said it the way that he usually says it. I said it in the wrong accent, but it's fine. It's really hard for me to do Rex's accent.
Lose it, will ya?
The unexpected electric guitar cometh. You started watching Harry's playthrough. I recommend everyone who has played Xenoblade 3 to watch Harry's playthrough because it is so wonderful. I think he is really the only voice actor that I have like been able to stick with in terms of like playthroughs of their their games that they are featured in. Just because I usually don't have the what do you call it? I don't have the attention span to stick with a very long playthrough, but Harry's is great. Respective, thank you. He doesn't have his salvager helmet or his assless chaps. He has truly upgraded his wardrobe. Oh no, I think I used the wrong one.
Here I go.
I love you and all you beans.
Here's one for the team.
It's coming to me.
Song around.
First strike to me.
Huh. No message.
Ow, my face.
Noah canonically screams. Yes.
Energy boost. Trinity,
If anybody has watched any of his playthrough of the DLC, there's a part that is so freaking wholesome that he experiences because I don't think he played Xenoblade 1 or 2, but like there's this one part that like that happens and like he just says, "That's blah blah blah." Like if you know, you know, but like I saw that part and I wanted to cry because it was so freaking cute. Like they were talking, I think in the game they were talking about like Xenoblade 1 and 2 stuff, I think, and then all of a sudden like there was this thing, and then he was like awakened. Oh, are we ending at 5? Blah. Blah. I don't know. I have to leave. I have a hard cutoff at 6
Quite rare.
today.
Nothing like a bit of DIY.
Nothing like a bit of DIY. He reminds me of the dad that would have like a fully stocked toolbox, and when there is a chance to fix something, he would like walk in
Salvage time.
with his hammer and his nails. What we fixin' today?
Very positive.
Third Sanctum. Whoa. Mysterious ball? Hello? Oh, there you go. What is it, Matthew? Ah, it's this weird ball thing lying on the ground here. It looks a little out of place. Hold on, doesn't it look like it'd fit into this hole? Hi, Demon Huntin', thank you so much. It certainly looks like the shapes match. No worries, Rat. Rex brings his own tape measure to Home Depot. Exactly. Oh, I don't know if she saved them though. Oh, so they do, in which case... Nothing's happening. Wow, what a letdown. What did you expect? Wait, there are more holes. Perhaps if we place a ball in each one, it will activate whatever contraption this is. And what exactly would that achieve? I have no idea. We won't know until we try. Damn straight, let's get them balls back where they belong. Except we've only got one of them. Hey, I already found one just lying here. We'll run into them, mark my words. Is that really your approach to everything? Winging it? Don't be too harsh on him. Who knows? We may actually come across them quite quickly. See? Shulk knows what's up. Come on, let's get looking.
Let's get searching.
I think I'm still gonna... Wait, was there... Oh. I was gonna say, I think I'm still gonna book it for the main story. Was that accessories?
More stuff to try.
What does the silver earrings do? Bill's chain. Oh, okay. Searching the frozen balls.
It's got into morning.
Oh, I
Over there.
don't have one of these.
Anchor shot! It's me you want! Thanks for that. Whoa! Ow, my face! There goes the enemy. Gotcha! Revolt! Not done yet!
Grant my companion's power.
The power! It's coming to me! Mighty Revolt! Spinning it! Anchor shot!
Oh, Jesus, what?
Stop there!
The Pepito popped off.
Nice! Thanks the bud! Heavy rush! Whirlwind! No! I lost the enemy's attention!
Crossray!
Trouble!
Check that out. Wanna grab it just in case?
Yes, we do want to grab it just in case.
A not one medal.
Good thing to hold on to.
Oh, wait, do they run away? I'm guessing you have to kill it, like, fast enough.
This is pretty rare, right?
Oh.
Say, hey, I'm not sure how much I should trust you right now. So talk to me. What really happened back then? In the city? If you're a part of Alpha, then you must have seen it, right? What do you know?
I won't tell you.
Why not?
That's something I'm afraid you'll have to ask En about directly.
Oh.
I should.
Then you must judge for yourself what to do afterwards. Whom it is that you should save. Beyond the answers you seek, you'll find Nahel.
Is
Hmm?
Is A your real name?
It has the nuance of the one at the beginning. In this world, only I in Alpha can claim that honor.
Oh my goodness.
This is pretty rare, right?
I am not ready for this game to end. Not Matthew trying to find out A's dead name! Bitch.
Going up!
Hey,
rare.
Can't wait for whatever Monolith does. Same here. I'm really excited. I feel like it's gonna be a while, but I'm also excited. Next best thing, I guess, is Tears of the Kingdom.
This would be our way into Prison Island.
Oh.
There's something off about this place. We have to watch ourselves in there.
Yeah, the next one comes out. Yeah, next week. Yep. What rat? What?
So the inside of Prison Island looks like some kind of ruin as well, huh?
It's a really unpleasant place.
Well, for a place called something like Prison Island, it's at least pretty damn spacious, innit? Wonder what it was meant to imprison.
And it's got this monster.
It's funny you
Shrouded in
ask.
black fog.
Those are fog beasts.
That's so
Signs of the
funny.
strange
That's
world the
a
Black Fog
good
were,
question.
And now servants of Alpha. But originally, something that had no place existing.
I don't want to stay here longer than I need to.
That is such a silly and quirky question for you to ask. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yes. Well, I need to finish. Well, I mean, that's the thing, is I don't know where I'm at in terms of like completion of the game. It's difficult because I'd rather not know. I don't want to anticipate the ending, I guess. But it's difficult because today specifically I have to end by 6 because I am going to the movies.
Enough on metal.
Enough on metal, huh?
Oh, we can change the weather now. Hooray! I might leave that fog beast. Oh, there's a mysterious ball. I'm gonna leave the mysterious ball as well. I'm seeing the new Guardians movie. They're doing the most today. Oh my gosh. On my way to fight them. You're so close to 100%.
Finally found it.
Are you gonna take a break from 100%ing for this weekend, Magic? For, Splatoon? I didn't really take any time at all to work on my shirt. Just keep your mouth shut then. Okay. You're gonna wait until Saturday. Wait, to pre-order? I already have that. Oh my god, this bridge is bringing back memories! I think this is the same bridge, or it's very similar to that one bridge where I died a million times when I played the first game. Sorry, I don't know why I'm screaming. This is just so cool.
No good. We drew unwanted attention. First strike to me. Perfectly. Thanks for that.
It is so hilarious that this bridge is, it's stuck in my mind. It's happening again. It's like I have trauma from this bridge. I swear I spent like 30 minutes on this damn bridge in the first Xenoblade.
There goes the enemy.
Left way.
Strike.
Gotcha.
Help.
Double spinning it. Double spinning it.
Biting Kaitos. Yes, I want to play that very badly. At this point, I am going to be just playing every Monolith Soft game if I have the ability to do so. Rex is dead again. He is dead again.
Impossible.
Goodbye. Melia's suffering began in this place. I don't want to talk about it. I kept thinking, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's okay. You know, Melia lost her father. It's fine. You know, I think that she'll be fine after this. It'll be okay. She'll be fine. She'll come back from this. And then things kept getting worse and worse and worse. And it killed me. They did not let her have any peace until Future Connected. You ever just double spinning edge?
We're doing it!
Oh, that's when my internet was pooping, yep. My internet was going through it. And I was like, I just want to progress! And my internet was like, how about you just not? How about you just not? Yes, I do, Magic. I want to play Xenogears very badly. It is happening. It is absolutely happening. I actually don't know who did I use first? I have no idea. I don't think I was paying attention. But that's okay. We will recover. Your PS1 was broken. Oh no. Double spinning edge, double spinning edge, double spinning edge. I know it wasn't really common. I think we had the game about a week before. Oh no, really? Before trading it in?
Here's what I think. I'll rise to the occasion.
I'll show them a double spinning edge or three. I messed up. This is fine. That's gonna finish it, I think. Do as I do, feel full of beans. Indeed.
Leave it to us. All right, let's get cracking.
Don't. What did she say?
All my power.
You may be stubborn, but so am I.
Don't relax.
It's a great
We did it! That
We can
was
pocket that for later.
that was much better than the first Xenoblade, where I got my ass beat like 50 bazillion times. Much better. Much better. much stronger.
This is pretty rare, right?
Ilingelo. I was just thinking that maybe I should just make my entire, I don't know, my entire the way I talk vocabulary Xenoblade quotes. And see if people
All
pick
this
it up.
Turning and turning and turning. When will these stairs end?
All stairs lead somewhere. Don't be impatient. Just walk.
But what if there's 2 stairs before you? Which one will you
Time
take?
flies when you're having fun.
Ah!
This is quite rare.
Oh my gosh, I think this is it. I mean, this is us going to Origin. Indeed.
Nothing like a bit of DIY.
You'll take the stairs with me, oh! Oh
Going up!
my god, the way that he's going up.
We're getting closer
That
and closer to
seems
Origin.
like it's
Not far now.
defying gravity.
Seeing it from up close, it's really like nothing else.
I love it.
We'll have this up
The
in
stairs
no time.
towards the future. Because the stairs are ours to decide.
Over there. We can build a thing here, right?
She's just like me. We can build a thing here. I can't remember
We'll
what
have
it's
this up in
called.
no time.
But we can build the thing, right?
Whee!
Nice one.
Whee!
Time for
Love
a break,
him. Love
yeah?
him so much. He's so wonderful.
These fists just keep hitting harder.
You gotta keep track of things.
Well then, let's be off. Looking good.
I
The
kind
summit
of want to
Prison
go in
Island is
there,
just
but
ahead. That's where we'll find the way to Origin.
there's an affinity scene. I have to watch this one.
Finally. Huh. Why do you reckon it is? It's the first time I've ever seen Origin. But it feels like I've already known it forever.
You know, it might not be just your imagination.
Huh? What do you mean, eh?
The blade you wield, there is a very special metal embedded within it. And that metal is a shard of Origin.
What? Are you sure? But Grandad gave me this.
Ever since you took up that blade, your fate has been inextricably entwined with Origin. And now, finally, you stand at its threshold. This is the time to unlock your destiny. Reach out and seize the future you desire, Matthew.
Yeah. I'm gonna. We have to keep living in this world. And for that, Alpha's got to go.
You'll have my help as well. It is for the sake of this moment that I've traveled with you thus far.
Thank you, A.
That was very sweet. That was kind of sweet. That was kind of everything. Thank you, A.
Well done.
Oh my god, this is giving me. Oh my god, isn't this where we? In the first
It
game.
might not be the best way to put this, but
This is where we.
it's like old times.
I know.
In the past, you embarked for Ontos's memory space from here. Recreating it was deliberate on Alpha's part.
You mean we'll be able to board the Ark from here?
Logically, it would follow, yes.
That's Hen!
So he decided to wait for us after all. What a considerate lad.
What is it?
I've never seen a console like that before.
I guess that's because he's one of ours.
I know that. It's the look in his eyes. Did you see?
What?
Like he's sad.
The other consoles. In theirs, there's joy. This gleeful glint. But for him, his hold no light at all.
He's sad.
I don't like it. Not one bit.
You trying to bar our way? That's the vibe I'm getting here.
You're aware. Alpha said he was waiting for you.
Yeah, and so what?
What that implies is that he requires your presence. That without you, the Ark will not depart.
Come on, stop beating around the bush, damn it. It's pissing me off.
I'm saying the one keeping Nael in this world is you and none other.
And that's why you're trying to kill Matthew, is that it? No thought for saving Nael or anything? Man. Twisted little so-and-so.
You serious about this?
Twisted little so and so.
I did warn you.
Oh, gee, thanks.
In the current of the eternal flow, you need not justify the means. All is swallowed up. Everything.
I don't want to fight him again.
This is where your journey ends. You damn fool! I'll end this right here, right now!
You're not getting away.
Primal Chronos!
Still holding on.
Ease up a little.
I hate that we're fighting here. I don't like this place because it hurts
Chimera!
already. It already hurts.
This is the move! Take this! Shred the storm! Blood moon! This is the move! Glimmering swift blade!
He's still holding on.
Ease up a little.
Oh my god, this song is incredible.
I got the enemy's attention. Blood moon! You win!
No, this isn't what I wanted.
Matthew's dead? Okay.
Here I go.
Let's give him a taste! Glimmering swift blade! Shred the straw man! Stop there! Rex! We can't do this without you! Blood moon! Chimera! This is time for the good stuff yet.
Oh my god, no. No, no, no. No, no. We launched N. Hold on.
No one can stop us! Come on, you know you wanna!
Whose plan do we choose? I'll rise to the occasion.
Is he still launched? Is he still in the air? He's still launched. Okay, fantastic. Wonderful. It's just incredible. Yes, absolutely. He is going through it right now. He is going through it right now. He is spinning. He is spinning. Oh my god! He is so sad, but he's having the time of his life. Maybe. can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I cannot. I'm unable.
We could go with this. Could we
I
try
hate
this
it.
one out?
I just really hate it.
Let's give it a try.
It hurts me. It hurts me to do this to him. I know he's been through a lot. He chose the wrong road. Oh my god. No!
Let's keep going. I have it.
Getting launched when he was like first warning and fighting for his life, yes. He's living in the endless now. Oh.
You got it. Come on, you know you wanna.
Ooh.
Do as I do.
I feel like we are struggling. I'm not really making a dent here.
We'll take care of it.
Can we talk about Glimmer? Can we talk about Glimmer with 152? Glimmer, what? What did you do? How did I do that? Oh my goodness gracious. Yes!
Finally. Hey, let's go with the usual.
I'll afford them no quarter.
Let's send them packing.
Big numbers make my brain happy. Oh my god, that was so much. Holy crap, it took off so much of his health. That was so disrespectful. Ow, 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 ow. Oh. Oh, oh.
This isn't what I wanted.
Glimmering Swiftblade.
Still holding on.
Oh, actually, maybe this is really bad now. Because he's about to enrage, and then I'm gonna die. Maybe I should have waited. Not this song!
Here I go.
Give him a taste. Yeah.
I'm sure you can keep going, Shulk.
Rival Chronos.
I don't like when we're awing.
To cover you.
How did this happen?
Glimmer. Glimmering Swiftblade. Not done yet. Failed me. Blood boom. Gonna lie down for a Rex, we can't do this without you. Quantum.
No way! He launched 2 of them!
I'm sorry.
I thought you were better than that, Shulk.
Still within operating parameters.
Is it Glimmering Swiftblade? Just no one can stop us.
I know, he launched them both! That was terrifying! That was so scary!
Let's give it a try.
Rex, we can't do this without you.
First up, yeah?
Come on, let's do like a butt ton of damage. Like a butt ton. Like a shit ton of damage. Let's do it.
Let's keep going. Come on, you know you wanna.
I think it's really funny that at this point I just don't get whiplash anymore from the change in songs.
Go where you got, eh? Do as I do.
I no longer have whiplash. I am sad. I am in pain. But I am vibing. Because it's the chain attack music again. This is completely fine. Everything is fine.
Let's fight like this. I'm ready just for follow-up. This is the move.
I do miss the yippee. You're right. I miss the yippee a lot. For sure.
Come on, you know you wanna. Come on, you know you wanna.
Yippeen! Yippeen! Hi, Axel! Oh my god, you're saying I don't look cool every day? Well, I see how it is. I'm just kidding. I'm jokes. Kidding, kidding. Ha 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 ha. Too right to do mine. I know, I know. I miss her too. I thought she says you're right to choose mine. You're right to choose mine, or no.
Here we go.
Good way to start a party.
No! Oh, okay. I guess. Could be better. You're right to choose mine.
Go with the usual. Let's send them packing.
Man, that could have been better. Oh, that could have been so much better. We're back to being sad. We're back to being sad. We are back to suffering.
We can do it.
Here I go.
We are back to pain.
Give 'em a taste. Yeah.
How did they get to Rex?
Because Rex won't stop spinning. That's how.
Don't give up on me now, Mackie.
Sorry to keep putting you out, eh? I have it. I'll move to cover you. I have it. This isn't looking good. I'll move to cover you. Still within operating parameters.
How did they get to Rex?
Quantum moment.
I'm on to you.
He's still holding on.
Ease up a little.
I'm scared. I'm terrified.
Still holding on.
Ease up a little. Great sword play. How about you? Shred the straw man. I lost the enemy's attention.
Okay. Let's
Did we launch him again? Oh my god, we launched him again. We launched him again.
Come on, you know you wanna.
Welcome back, Rage. I have a hard stop at 6.
I think it's a go. Let's give it a try. On first stop, yeah?
You've never been happy to hear the chain attack music, same. Especially when you're like, you're literally about to die. Everyone's about to die, yes.
Here's what I propose.
Could we try this one out? Could we try this one out?
I'll rise when you can.
I know, we were just talking about that, how we missed Yippee! Yippee! Ba, 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 ba.
What about something like this?
Could we try this one out? Gotta go where you got it. Gotta go where you got it. Now let's go.
I know. Look at him. Look at him. I wish I could zoom in on him and just see his face. But I mean, look at him. He looks so graceful. He looks so in peace. Maybe this is what he wanted. This is the road he should have chosen. Oh no. Now we're really about to disrespect him. We are really about to disrespect him. Hey Anix, how are you?
You shall not get past me.
First try though, yay! Not the baby! Oh my god! I'm sorry, he protected his son. Oh my god! Oh my goodness!
You will go no further.
Idiot! See some bloody sense, man!
What's that light?
Could it be?
That was amazing. That was amazing. That he
What's that? Strange pillar of light.
Come. Enter the circle, quickly. It's just you and Matthew now.
Niall? What are you... Hmm? You? Are you...
Stop!
Father? Why are you doing this? But you told me yourself. You told me to make friends. Say something.
He doesn't want us here. We're a nuisance.
Nuisance?
Right? You who've become Mobius? N, isn't that your name?
You? Who are you? What have you done to Niall?
Its name is Alpha. An entity that wishes to erase this world.
He's wrong. I want to embark on a journey to the future. There's just a matter of unwanted baggage.
What are you talking about?
Lives. We Mobius and every last soldier on the face of this world.
What are... And that's why all this...
See? We don't need them.
I will arrest it. This moment. This instant.
What?
Alpha, you will not seize this moment from me. Blood moon right through.
Wait, I'm confused.
Chimera.
How do you like it?
I will
Blood
erase you.
Pierce!
Chimera.
Have it! How do you like
Glimmering
it?
swift blade.
Right through.
Kinetic urge.
I will erase you.
Chimera.
How do you like it?
We got the role-playing buff.
Right through.
Wraith sword blade.
How do you like it?
Blood moon.
Pierce!
I will moment. Glimmering
Niall
swift
getting
blade.
launched. Oh my
How do you
god.
like it?
Chimera.
Wait, that's a side attack. I'm not even paying attention to any of the positional thingies. I'm just
Blood moon.
going through it.
Pierce!
I hate this song. It kills me.
I will erase you. Have it!
Chimera.
Oh my god.
Pierce!
Glimmering swift blade. Blood moon.
This power! What is it?
Chimera.
Pierce! How do you like it?
Wraith sword blade.
I'm trying, like, I'm really trying to, like, not cry because, like, nothing's even happened yet.
I will erase you. Have it!
Quantum moment.
Stop.
Kinetic urge.
That was so rude.
Right through.
Pierce!
Chimera. Blood moon.
How do you like it?
Glimmering swift blade.
And release!
Wraith sword blade.
Hi, Dinah. Welcome in.
You're just Mobius. But what's his power?
You would never understand. This is my choice!
So you choose to stay in the now, to abandon the future.
The one leaving things behind is you!
Granda, help. Please help.
Niall?
It is done. Alpha.
Leave her!
Oh. Oh, oh, this is why.
Niall? Niall is... she's your family. I can't let you do this. What about Mum? Did she want this too?
You don't need to know. The burden is mine alone to bear.
Mum would tell you to let it go, I'm sure. I know it. But you can't choose this path.
Ondor.
Niall! Granddad!
This is the path I have chosen. Matthew.
Granddad!
Take care of Niall, the future.
Granddad!
It's in your hands, Matthew.
What was that? Just now?
A memory from Origin. The clash between Matthew and N afforded us a glimpse of it. This is how N truly felt.
That's some history. I can't imagine.
The people who are of the city are the future of this world. And in Alpha's eyes, they are a crucial source of power.
So you killed them all? Killed Granddad?
It was Gondor's choice. I simply cut him down, as he desired.
Stop taking the piss! Granddad wouldn't. He'd never side with the likes of you. The future's in my hands. That can't be what he meant. You don't even see it. Are you really that much of an idiot? It's not just us, you know. It's your ass as well. It's all of that and more that he meant. And if you can't get that into your head, you're about the dumbest bastard there is.
Matthew.
Let's go. I don't have time for his idiocy.
You're gonna leave him? He's Mobius.
If he tries a stunt like that again, I'll just sock him another one. This was a family matter, through and through. End of story. Ah! What? N? Huh?
I've been waiting, brother dear.
Oh my god. I'm sorry. Oh god. Okay.
Okay, it's all backed up.
Wait.
Good afternoon. This is 11 News. Wednesday, May 16th. Weather in the Radamanthus Authority is fair. It is 24 degrees centigrade, 56% humidity. Continuing yesterday's placid highs, the day promises to be pleasant. Today's news will be delivered by me, Sienna Morgan. with additional analysis by our political correspondent.
Where are we? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Why are we in the suburbs?
Where's this?
Oh, don't let me walk around. What the heck is this?
What's all this supposed to be?
What is this place? Seriously?
I don't know. But it looks like there's a path at least.
Then let's follow it. No point in hanging around here.
Be careful. Place as strange as this.
What
Anything
is
at all could happen.
What in the world is going on in this game?
Pretty. I've never seen anything like this.
Wow, those towers. It's like they're all sparkling.
And that enormous one. It's so huge. Bigger than a castle.
Shulk. This what I think it is.
Yeah. The source of us all.
Huh?
Zanza. No. Klaus's world.
Oh, this is okay. This is
Before the fall.
Okay, yes. Okay. Okay.
What was that about the world?
I forgot.
Before mine and Rex's worlds came to be.
I forgot.
Everything was one. And this is that place.
What you said at the base about the two worlds before they came together. This was even further back than those ones.
The lad's got brawn and brains. I'm impressed.
So what? We've traveled back into the past then?
No, not really. This is Origin's memory stage. We were directly underneath it.
Yeah. I think we're probably inside of it now.
Meaning, we're inside someone's memories?
Of all the people who could remember this era, only one's left.
Alpha, eh? But what's the point of him showing us all this? Is it really Alpha that's doing this? Or is it...
Piano. This melody.
I thought that was the BGM. It's not the BGM.
From up ahead. Nael!
This is the title music. This is the one that I was sobbing to, and I hadn't even started the game.
Matthew! Welcome! I was waiting for you.
Well, Barry, don't you think this weather we're having is just perfect?
Nael, how come you're...
It's such a wonderful place, isn't it? I've always dreamed of this. A place we could live together. A place to call home. And not just for you and me, but for everyone we know.
Every who? When did they...
Where did these children appear?
Hey, miss! I'm hungry!
Can we have a snack?
Okay. All right, wash your hands first and then make a line. Because today I've made something extra special.
Hooray!
The ninth vessel, departing in July, heralds a new generation of ultra-long-range colony ships.
Oh my god.
Known officially as Philadelphia-class motherships.
What?
There's plenty to go around. Just let me know if you want seconds.
Meaning that if all goes to plan, the project will send a total of 10 million people out into the great beyond. Now for our next story. It concerns the Saviorite Human Rights Protection Bill brought to Congress last summer. Earlier
See?
today, we heard that
Isn't this great?
JRPGs have petitioned
There's
against
no
the
room for
proposal.
woes or worries here.
Oh my god.
And as the Justice Ministry's
Nothing to
former
ruin our
Special
happiness.
Commission on Human Rights debates once more on its validity.
Oh my
Out
god.
The possibility that
There's a
the
world
proposal
like
may be
this
scrapped
waiting.
seems more and more
A place for new lives to
I-
live as they please.
The proposed measure
Just
sparked
like
a lot of
this.
public debate.
Niall,
So many will
you
be watching
can't.
the government and the commission very
It was
closely.
promised to me. By him.
Him?
I'm trying to pay attention to both.
Person
My
with the
brain is on
silver hair
fire.
and kind eyes.
And indeed, that seems to be exactly what's happening right now.
He gave us this beautiful world.
And now, Dmitry
He said if we
Yurev's
simply
proposal
cast away the
for
old lives,
has issued a statement concerning the matter at hand. Please stay
we
with
can
us.
set out unburdened and all this can be ours.
My
You
br-
see? We don't need any of this old life.
Certainly, it's beautiful. If it could truly stay this way. Nael, don't you know what came after? Have you ever seen it? Weren't you ever curious? I think you suspect already how it changed, what became of this world, and how people have always been. Ambition leads to pride. Even when they'd been granted limitless freedom. Even having built the perfect world for themselves. Humans yet desired the beyond. And then, the world became the way it is now.
Lies! This is all lies! Don't think your ludicrous stories are gonna change my mind. Alpha, he made me an inviolable promise. He said this is what awaits us at the end of our road. He said we could make a world like this.
Oh, come off it. Really? You think that?
Of course I do. Everything that we were denied is right here for us.
It's obviously a scam. Wherever you go, it's the same. You leave them, it only ends one way.
Oh, so we should just let them keep killing each other. Killing to live. What a load of crap. Good riddance to anything those butchers want to save.
They're not things. They're lives. And yeah, I can't forgive Mobius either. Reaping lives like grain during harvest. But come on. What crimes have their victims ever committed? What did they do? They weren't given a single choice. They were just trying to make the most of each moment, like us.
Everyone you know died for that. Are you okay with that, Matthew?
Course I'm bloody not! Truth is, what you're talking of doing would make you exactly the same as Mobius. Exactly the same. If you build a new world on that foundation, it'll only end one way. Like this. This here. And this is the future you want? You see? Nael, the lives that you and I have. You know that's a possible future for all the soldiers, right? If it weren't for those guys, we wouldn't even be here. Don't lose sight of the real enemy. You know who it is.
He has a picture in his pocket.
Or Alpha. It doesn't matter what you call them. The real enemy is whoever threatens our lives. whoever tries to rob us of our hopes and dreams. Let's build a future, Nael. The one our elders wanted, with our own hands. Come on. What do you say?
Every time I see that picture, it hurts me.
Matthew.
Nael!
Matthew!
What a farce. Your rhetoric ripe with falsehoods. I cannot stand such drivel.
Alvis.
Alpha.
I safeguard this world.
He looks really
by
great.
removing what is time-worn. But it seems that you continue to contravene me.
He looks really great.
You spur these olden mortals to action.
I am your conscience.
Conscience? There is no place for it in the Trinity process.
He looks really
It's
great.
you there's no place for, Alpha. 'Cause Klaus, he entrusted the future to us.
Ugh.
So he could atone for his past. He followed his conscience.
And he failed to realize that his conscience led him astray. An atavistic delusion. It is common among the old. Wholly unnecessary for all subsequent life.
I knew it. Of course that would be your vision of the world. As long as there's people like you, nothing's ever going to change.
Ugh.
Casting off the old world and its people and just walking away.
You could not comprehend it, Matthew.
The music! It's oh crap! No, not skip!
Turning around,
Oh my god, the music!
going back,
Oh my god!
looking for a
It's
new
like
way forward.
it's like
Doing that
it's
time and again.
sorry.
That's how you build a future. Hey, but you're just an obsolete piece of scrap. So no wonder you don't get it.
You say I am obsolete.
It sounds like Zanza the Divine.
Life is on our side. And since there's none in you, you're destined for the scrap heap!
Ugh.
Let's do this, Matthew.
I don't want
Time
to.
to bring things to an end.
What do you mean?
Wait for me, Nael.
We can just leave. There's a portal behind us. Hang on. I just want to make sure. Give me a second, Alpha. I'm just checking if there are a lot of points. Just give me a second, please.
I made this art a bit heftier.
I turned around and I saw the portal and I was like, oh my god, we can just leave. Sorry, Alpha. I'll talk to you later. I'll be back in a little bit. I've got to do something. Sorry, I'm like going through it right now.
My arts grow ever more refined.
I am going through it.
I'm stronger now.
I am having a great time.
How?
I love this game.
All the hard work pays off. I'm really shaping up here.
All right, I think I got the gist.
I think this is hilarious that he's just watching me do this. He's like, take your time. Whenever you're ready. Whenever you're ready, I'll be right here.
Now we're getting the good stuff.
Oh my god, this song is amazing.
I can see the results.
Sands of the Divine is like literally one of my favorites. It is so good. Okay. It's like one of my favorite boss themes of all time. It's so good. Okay, I'm ready. I think. Do I have to be? I was gonna say I love you, Matthew, but I'm going to be Rex for this. What? Why? Already? Not Glimmer time already?
It's me, you want. I'm feeling full of beans.
Thank you, A.
There goes the enemy. Take this! It's me you want! Thanks for that. There goes the enemy. It's me you want! Thanks for that. This is the move!
Oh no.
There goes the enemy.
I thought we were gonna... Okay. I thought we were gonna launch him. I mean, I'm sure eventually we will, but I'm not ready for it.
Done yet.
Rex! No! This song is so good! What the heck?
How do you like that? No good.
I hope there's another part. The music does, it's not changing, okay, okay, that's fine, but he is launched, he is launched.
Come on, you know you wanna.
I need to take a screenshot of him being launched for my collection. Oh my god! Look at him! He is spinning too! I never thought I would see the day where I would see Alvis in this position. Launch him into my arms, I can fix him! Oh my god!
Could we try this one out? I was mulling this one over. Gotta go where you got it, now we're talking.
As you should, Shadow. It's so good.
I'm first up, yeah?
Thanks for the support! Adrian and YB Tatlo unjustly subscribed for 29 months. 29 months of weird, wonderful people. Lord hug, Lord hug, Lord hug, Lord hug, Lord hug.
Kelly, thank you so much for 29 months. I really appreciate it. How are you? I feel like we are beating his ass very easily. This is concerning me.
I was mulling this one over.
We are beating his ass very quickly. I am concerned.
Good way to start a party.
Is Alvis my Xenoblade Chronicles husbando? No. Well, I mean, I love Alvis, but I think if I had to choose, I mean, it would be Shulk right now, for sure. I love a good dad. I loved Zeke. Zeke was wonderful. I can't breathe. I can fix N. Oh no.
We're just getting started. We can do it.
Here I go.
Give him a taste.
Oh, that was so mean. Oh my god, he is literally... He ragdolled.
Careful!
What is happening?
Crap. Now he's trying to suck Matthew in too.
He's found it. The trace of turmoil.
What?
That's still within him.
Discard the past. Let it all go, Matthew.
I won't.
What harm did your kind do? You have done nothing wrong. You simply strode forth towards the future. But the olden humans, they did not find value in it. You must have realized. This is not where you belong.
Stop!
Why make a martyr of yourself? Why be a stepping stone? For as long as the old is not excised, mankind has no future.
The old? You say?
It's in your hands, Matthew.
Gotta be kidding me. I'm nowhere near done yet. I'm not dying with so much left undone. I'm not done!
What?
Matthew! Noel!
You again.
En, don't mistake me. I am one who lives in the now. My blade knows no regrets.
I thought you'd say that. And that's why I can't afford to just take off. Hey.
Matthew.
Hey. You okay? Then let's seize it together. Our true future.
I'm sorry.
It's nothing. And I've got a crap load of stuff I want to say to you. But right this instant, I'm glad we're both fighting on the same side.
What?
Am I right? There you go. Mr. Alpha, sir. You want to go so badly? Then pick up and go. This world, it belongs to us.
This is my favorite Avengers movie.
Regrettable, Matthew. I'd hoped that we could celebrate the day of departure together.
What in the
But
world?
very well. It seems that I must forsake you. The olden ones. Olden life.
I don't think I'm ready for the music.
Your olden notions.
Oh my god. joking. I was like, I hope that there's a second version because there was another version in the first game and there's literally a second version. What's happening? What the heck? Oh my god! What the heck? What the heck? Oh my god! What the heck? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! This is amazing. Oh. Oh my goodness. I am going through it right now. Wait, I just saw Niles on our... She's fighting with us! Oh my god! Thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that. Enjoy your emotes.
Here I go.
Oh my god. I'm going through it. Oh my god, the music is so good! Ah! I can't. I can't. I can't focus. I think I'm gonna wait to use it. I just noticed, yes, I just noticed that N is right there too. I love how Rex is like, don't get too crazy. Meanwhile, double spinning edge. Double spinning edge. Oh my god. What do you mean? We launched it, but it's unfortunately not spinning. Someone tell the composer of this game to chill. The composer. Oh my goodness! What? I'll go first. When Alpha launches, he's just standing bad emoji. This is the same composer that does Chrono Trigger music. Incredible.
You're not getting away.
No, it never does.
We could go with this. I was mulling this one over.
So, Yoko Shimomura did Xenoblade 1, and then 2 and 3 were done by Mitsuda, who is the same composer for Chrono Trigger. I think that he also did like the previous Xeno games. So like Xenogears and Xenosaga, I believe. Sorry, I am so overwhelmed. Emotionally, I am overwhelmed. This game is really amazing. I love these games so very much. Oh yeah, that's right. He is doing Sea of Stars as well, of course. That only makes sense that he would do Sea of Stars as well. I didn't mean to do that. I need everybody to help me come together with the power of friendship to convince Monolith Soft to please make vinyls for Xenoblade 2 and 3. Please. It's all I've ever wanted. Stop releasing this just CDs. I don't have a CD player. Release vinyls. Oh god, I messed up. Sorry. I'm going through it.
Leave it to us.
I guess. Sounds really good, Rat.
Let's go with the usual.
I'll afford them no quarter.
Let's send them packing.
Ugh.
The powerful voice can wait through
Hello? Hello? Sir? 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 We are having no effect, sir. Okay.
Here I go.
Oh, hell no! This song is so good. Oh my god.
Come on, you know you wanna.
Welcome back, Finch!
You're not getting away.
Ugh.
Could we try this one out?
Here's what I would do.
What should we pick?
How do you think this would go? Do as I do.
Oh, shit! That scared me. I guess we'll we have to do something. So that was terrifying.
We'll take care of it. Here we go.
No, I'm good. Huh?
Good way to start a party.
Oh shoot, you know what? I should have used... I didn't really think about it, but I probably should have used Glimmer. Oh well. Oh my god. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh. Okay. Can we get a heal? Thank you. Ah. I just realized I think I'm at the end of the DLC. I don't know why it just hit me. I think this is the end. I just made myself sad. Oh no! Are we gonna die? I think we're gonna die. I don't know why I think we're gonna die, but I think we're gonna die. There's another 80 hours after this, I wish. I wish there was.
I'll go first.
If I die, extend the time of the expansion. The endless now.
I think we should do this. How do we play this?
We could go with this.
Oh, we can't even overkill? Why not? Is this really the end?
That was kind of scary.
What's happening? Do I have to stand here and watch this? What is going on? Oh my god. What's getting me is the way everyone's standing there and watching. Everyone is. Oh, we can walk! Is this photo mode? I have entered photo mode. Everyone pose. I can't. I can't do. Oh my god. And you were doing it. And I'm so proud of you. You just stand there. Yes. Oh my god. I beat the Xenoblade. I can't believe it. Oh wait. What the hell? I could target him. What the? I could target him for like a second and then it wouldn't let me do it again. Hello? What the heck? Oh. I don't understand. I don't understand. Oh. I can't. It's okay, y'all. It's okay. Today, we have the power to fell a god. Ah! And seize our future. I didn't finish it. I didn't finish the quote. I messed up.
I'll cover you. Here I go.
I felt it, but there's no, I killed him. I was literally in the middle of a chain attack. How does that work? I think it was a glitch because I was in the middle of a chain attack. You said you wanted more phases. Why did I get my wish granted? I didn't choose this road. This is not the road that I chose. Oh man. If that happens again, that's gonna be actually so rude. Because I have a movie to go to. Like, I think the game loves me as much as I love the game. Well, I don't know, Effigy, what do you think? Are we gonna be able to make it? I mean, technically the movie starts at 7. Our sitter gets here at 6. The theater is really close.
Could we try this one out? We could go with this. Let's give it a try.
Wait, what do you mean? I think it helps that I'm over-leveled. Oh, crap, I didn't mean to do that, but it's fine. Ugh. Ugh. It helps that I'm over-leveled, I think.
Go with your gut, eh? Could we try this one out? Now we're talking. On first stop, yeah?
To first try the boss twice. Cried during the movie thinking about Xenoblade. They don't know I need to stop Alpha.
I never wanted this. Don't look away.
But how? Take that! That's not right.
There goes the enemy. It's me. That's a big help.
Take that! But how?
There goes the enemy. By the way,
Matthew? We still have music.
sorry to keep putting you out, eh? We can do it!
Whew.
Here I go!
Let's give him a taste! Yeah!
How do you like that? I'll come very thoughtfully. Great help.
Oh my god, what was that? Why was there a light? That was terrifying.
Let's try it like this.
Fortune favors us.
Oh my god, it is having no effect.
You know you wanna. Do as I do.
Oh dear.
Come on, you know you wanna. Leave it to us.
Here we go.
Good way to start a party.
Oh no, I messed up again. Well, actually, no, I think I can do it. Nope, I messed up.
Now you're getting me.
All my power.
Oh, I think I understand how that works now. So there's no effect, but it seems like if you do enough DPS, then he stops whatever he's doing there. Okay. I think that's what's happening.
I'm not done yet.
So, like, me chain attacking there was actually perfect.
That's enough resting.
Ow! That's his pain.
Find a way to turn it around. Gotta learn when to step back. More of that!
Hi, Mystic! By the way, this is like major spoilers for all Xenoblade games.
Sorry to keep putting you out. No one can stop.
What about something like this?
You'll have forgotten about it, okay. That's fair.
Nothing else for it, right? I'll go first.
Ha! They're defenseless.
Eat this! How do we play this?
Let's give it a try. On first up, yeah?
You don't even know what distracted you? Maybe another game? We don't have to leave in 10 minutes though, right?
Here's what I would do.
Whose plan are right?
I'll go first.
Oh dear. Okay.
I'll report the note. Don't let up.
Oh boy. That was a very rough time to finish the chain attack because we are about to enrage.
Here I go!
Give him a
Take that!
I'm on to you. Have it like that.
There goes the enemy. Seen one. You're a great help. Eat this!
Listen, why is this all the way over here? Yes. Oh my god. Wowzers. Okay. Oh shit.
On your feet, Matthew.
That was so close. That was terrifying. I know, it's so good. What was that?
Here I go. How do you like that? What should we pick? Whose plan do we choose?
Jeez.
All right.
Niall is going through it. She is not having a good day.
Fortune favors us. What should we pick?
Let me offer some wisdom. I was mulling this one at a try.
I'll go first.
I'll be your opponent. Thanks for that. I have it. I lost the enemy's attention. I may have lost my limit.
Oh my god.
I'm coming for you.
I have more of that.
Rex, take it easy, okay? Hey, you okay?
Oh my god, she says, leave me alone, will you?
Hey, you okay?
So anyway, I need another chain attack. Stats.
Pull back. I'll cover you. Time to go first.
I lost the enemy's attention. It's me, Lorie. I'm feeling full of beat.
Very thoughtful of you.
Yes.
No one can stop
My god.
Let's try it like this. Can't write this one up. Let me offer some wisdom. You'll go where you got, eh?
What should we take?
Let's give it a try. On first up, yeah?
Stop. Is he really close to the platform? Oh my god.
Here's what I propose.
Could we try this one out? You can trust me on this.
It's gonna happen again.
Way to start a party.
Listen. Oh my god. What is Rex doing? Stop it.
Let's keep it going. We've got you covered, thank you.
Oh my god. Oh.
Now you're getting me.
Okay. Fine.
There's the rhythm. You've got this, right? Let's keep going. Seize the moment. No good. There goes the enemy. We can do it.
Here I go!
Let's give him a taste. Yeah. More of that. This is the run. What?
I'm on power.
Rex, what are you doing? Why are you jumping like that? Did y'all see that?
I'm on. How do you like that? But how?
Oh my god.
Don't give up on me now, Matthew.
Still within operating parameters.
You want to put it on now?
Huh? More of that! Eat this! Ready for the main event?
Yes!
No
Let's
one
combine our
can
powers!
stop.
Okay,
How do you think this will go?
we're going.
Give it a try.
That was terrifying. I think that we'll be able to do it here, but that was absolutely horrific. Like, I have gotten so close so many times to death. It's not even funny.
Let's try it like this.
No, Rex isn't on the edge. Is he on the edge again? Please? No, Rex, I'm begging you! Don't do this, don't jump! Rex, we need you! Don't jump! Don't do this to me! Look at, no, literally, he literally is so close! Rex, don't! Oh my god. What the heck? He's so close! What about something like this? I am terrified.
I think we should do this. Yeah, I got it.
Oh my god. Rex? Okay.
Here I go.
Okay, I don't have to worry about her falling. She will be fine. Oh my god, I think I won. Oh my god. Oh god.
He's still standing? After all this? Cheers to old Klaus! His gifts just keep on giving! Damn it! If only those two were here!
Those two were here. Those two were here.
Matthew, raise up your fists.
What?
I will grant you the sword's power. Transfer it to your fists of the end.
That light.
No way! Drive it in! Release the power of Aurora! Shut the hell up already! I ain't taking orders from you! Ah!
Did they all combine? Did they all? Oh my god.
Matthew, your actions have made the future uncertain. Have you no regrets? Given a choice of this magnitude, surely there is doubt.
Oh, believe me, got them in spades. That's why we move forward. Always ahead. See ya. Alpha.
Right we are. Just one last thing then.
Yeah. You got it.
Hey,
Alpha was, and I am, an avatar. The spirit of your world. Just like Alpha needed all of you. You and your world. You need me.
An avatar? What? It's no more. So someone else has to pick up the slack. The annihilation events, they'll keep happening whether you like it or not.
Oh my
The world needs a bit of propping up.
Until the time comes. Yes.
Hold up a minute.
Help.
Who's someone? And for how long?
Well, you work that part out.
Don't do this!
Oh my god,
You don't
no.
have to sacrifice yourself!
It's not like that. We're helping.
And that's different how exactly?
Fundamentally. Glimmer. As long as you lot do your part to change this world, it'll all go back to normal.
And if we don't manage, then what? My lifetime. It's barely a blip.
If you don't, pass it on.
Huh?
Let someone else carry on your dream. That's how we've always rolled. Us lot.
It's not much, but we can offer you a gift. We can imbue you with our life, keep the wheels turning. That way, you'll be able to live out the rest of your lives. Enough time to do what you must.
No, but...
Oh, hey, don't get us wrong now. We're just taking a breather. It's all right. We'll meet again. Trust me.
Teacher. Boss.
This is against the rules. You know this.
Don't be a spoilsport now. If it was them, I don't think they'd even bat an eyelid at helping.
Admittedly. Well, I suppose you have earned it. Very well then. I didn't see or hear anything.
Thanks a lot, Alvis.
Then, it's all up to you now. With us taking the role of the Avatar, Zed may well seize upon it to gain power. What we did, and all that concerns Origin, will become but a dim memory. Nevertheless, our intentions will live on, and one day coalesce again. Be it tomorrow, or in 1,000 years. Surely, the time will eventually come. I can see it, clear as day.
Our future is in your hands.
We'll be waiting, at the far edge of time. You actually did see it coming, didn't you? All the time.
Right. And all that will.
The only thing I see is what the flow encompasses. But your hope lives on. That much is certain.
Sorry, I'm going through it. Oh. It just doesn't seem right. This seems weird. Ugh. It's not good. Really sucks.
Righty-ho. Want to get back to it then?
What?
I highly doubt you have the strength left.
Ugh.
Same goes for you.
Mobius will never change. In any way. Forever transfixed. They will guard the endless now to the last.
Including you.
Naturally.
Well then, we'll be busy.
What if you cannot make it happen? Your lives are pitifully short.
We went over this. You got wax in your ears. If I can't, someone else will, down the line. Who knows? Maybe it'll even be you.
What the heck? What in the world? Huh? How did he know that?
Friend fail yet again. Did Riku not say? Should not use so much noise bite.
What? You said to throw in a bunch of them. You told me.
Riku did not. Nickel must have poor hearing.
Honest to Spark. He's still going at it?
What do you mean still? It has to be done. We're powering up the Ouroboros stone. Just about done with it now. We've accumulated all this data. Now if we could only encode it in the operative photon wave frequency.
If you get it to work, we'll be able to deploy that power whenever we feel like it, right?
Right. I'll admit the photons have limited capacity, so we won't be able to empower quite that many people all in one go.
Oh, more importantly, you don't want to be late. The send-off?
Oh, that's right. I better get moving.
Take care, all right? You sure you're going to be fine alone?
Oh, yeah. It'll be a relief, if anything.
Well, someone's full of himself.
Matthew, thank you for everything.
Ah, and thanks right back at you. Also, while I'm gone, keep an eye on the city, eh? Nael, Nickel, Glimmer, Panacea, Linka. Oh, and you, Riku.
Why Riku lost?
Once I found us some friends, I'll come home again.
Get back safe.
Sure. Alrighty. Time to start rebuilding the world. Matthew Van Damme is out of here!
What? What? What do you mean, Van Damme?
In front of a door that's been closed for
Oh
so long.
my god.
With your foreseeing eyes,
Oh,
what do you see?
oh, oh god.
Until you open it, you cannot know. Afraid to see what could be on the other side. Or can't you see how much I feel the same as you? It seems we just need to let it all go free.
Oh my god. They're playing all of the cutscenes. I wasn't ready for that.
I've seen that look before. The stare of your fearful looking eyes. That quiet voice inside. What do you hear? Will you give up and stay where you belong? Afraid your time, it just might take too long. And you won't know unless we keep on trying. Now we need the strength to carry on.
What is this song? So weird. Oh my god. What the Oh my god. Oh. Oh.
I see you by the door.
Oh my god.
So just walk through. Don't take too long. 'Cause everything you've said, you'll find it there.
Oh, because the worlds are merging.
In a future.
Oh. This is my favorite game series ever. Oh. I can't believe it's over. Oh. time.
You gotta keep track of things.
You're not even here anymore. Oh my god. I just want to see if the title changed because, like, it's, you know, it, like, always changes and stuff. It did. It did change. Okay, I have to go to the movies. I have to go to the movies now. Thank y'all so much for being here. It was a really fun stream. And I appreciate everybody for hanging out. It was really fun. I can't even finish talking. I will be live again tomorrow. I don't know when I'm playing. I guess I don't know. I'll be here tomorrow. I hope everyone has a good day. I can't. Thank you. See you all tomorrow. I don't know what is time I start again. I started like 10. Okay. If you haven't followed, I'm not doing all of it. Okay. Bye, everybody.